نعرف أنت بلشت يلا. المحور الأول: فلسطين بصفتها بؤرة لصراع عالمي. يخصص هذا المحور لنقاش معالم مقاربة جيوسياسية.
يلا. The impact of genocide in Gaza on the future of the world. The 30th Muwatin Annual Conference.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. At Birzeit University, we always have things to replace or apologize for. Sometimes there is attendance, sometimes we don't have. Today we have a small, short amendment to the agenda. Yesterday, I apologized and Joyce apologized for the absence of Angela Davis because we didn't receive her intervention, but it turned out that she already sent a recorded intervention. Simply the email from America to Birzeit did not arrive. So yesterday night we received that in another way. And I would kindly request before we start our session and before giving the opening remark to Ralph, to listen to Angela Davis. Yesterday, I introduced her. Angela Davis is a struggle person. She was dismissed from California University because she's a member of the Communist Party, saying, and she went to the court, as here our neighbors do. She went to the High Court and she received a resolution that her dismissal was illegal. After 6 months, they dismissed her again because of her heated speech or discourse. And she continued working in other relatively smaller universities. One of the universities, she had an agreement that she teaches only on Fridays and Saturdays, so that the campus will not have many students and only the students enrolled in that course. They were afraid that she might turn the students into leftists. This is the United States, the country of freedoms. How about Palestine and what happens in Palestine? Now let's listen to Angela Davis, and thank you. After that, we'll give the floor, or we'll continue with our agenda. Now listen to Angela. When this starts,
which has been convened under the theme, the impact of the genocide of Gaza on the future of the world, and the reading of the Palestinian question. For the last 2 years, people all over the world have begun to recognize ongoing settler colonial pursuits of the state of Israel against Gaza as bearing unmistakable shame. Those of us who have long stood in solidarity with the people of Palestine are deeply saddened by the unimaginable violence and destruction Gaza has suffered. Many who have supported Israel because they believe it to be the truthful bulwark against future genocides now recognize that, like the United States, Israel should align itself with the past, with colonialism and racial capitalism, and against future-facing forces that represent freedom, pluralism, and all Palestinians. People all over the world continue to struggle. The Palestinian people are an inspiration to people in Haiti, Congo, Sudan, and indeed also to people in Europe and the West. Palestine perseveres against genocide, and Palestine perseveres for our collective future. Palestine represents the front line of those forces that are determined to prevent the seeds of racism, colonialism, and heteropatriarchy from being planted in the future. I am so sorry I cannot be with you, but I know that I am one of the many people who will definitely benefit from your productive and exciting deliberations. Free Palestine.
صباح الخير للجميع. اليوم نفتح يعني جلستنا أو اليوم الثاني من المؤتمر بكلمة افتتاحية للدكتور رالف وايلد بعنوان موت القانون الدولي. وللتعريف رالف هو أستاذ القانون الدولي في الكلية الجامعية في لندن.
At the University College in London, and he's a member of different societies such as the American Society and European Society for International Law. He has a number of publications and books and studies around international law and the Palestinian people. Among these, his works in the work, the Palestine, the annual book issued from the Institute of Law on Birzeit University. He has a long history with the Palestinian people by providing legal consultancies, international law for the PLO, and he has a basic role as consultant for the ICC on Palestine and the ICJ as related to the consultative opinion on the legitimacy of the occupation in the occupied Palestinian territories. We welcome Ralph, his intervention again, the death of the international law. Ralph, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Angela Davis. Moreover, it is a great privilege and honor to be here at this wonderful university, the fantastic Muwatin Institute, and this vitally important conference. I want to pay tribute and offer my warmest thanks to all of those who made this possible, including Professor Mudar Kassis and Joyce Kashu, Mudar, Professor Kassis, the director, and Joyce, the programs officer of this wonderful institute. We are all in your debt. In the face of horrors in Palestine, here in Palestine, Sudan, Ukraine, and elsewhere, many have looked to international law as a remedy. Indeed, cases have been brought to international courts, and states and various United Nations bodies have declared the law to be violated. Talk closer to the microphone. But despite these cases and these denunciations, the horrors continue. In consequence, some have proclaimed international law dead, or at least on life support. It has been killed by power politics. Some insist that power can be challenged through current global structures, and so international law can be revived. Yet others say that power is the exclusive determinant of international relations, so claiming it can be challenged by law is delusional. International law, then, is neither dead nor on life support. What current events tell us is that it never existed in the first place. What I would like to do today is explore these issues through what is currently happening to the Palestinian people here. Here in Palestine, all the fundamental rules of international law are being violated by Israel. First, from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, the violation of the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people, including within it the right of return, and also the violation of the prohibition of racial discrimination generally and apartheid in particular. Second, here in the Palestinian territory Israel captured in 1967 and has controlled ever since, the Gaza Strip and West Bank, including East Jerusalem, in addition to those violations I've already mentioned, an illegal use of force and aggression, violations of many other areas of international human rights law, in addition to the prohibitions of racial discrimination and apartheid, including the prohibition of torture inhuman and degrading treatment, and violations of the core rules of international humanitarian law, crimes against humanity, and genocide. The current plan for a trusteeship over Gaza would violate international law in multiple respects. I will address two. In the first place, the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people as it applies to the OPT, including Gaza, is a right to be self-governing as a general matter. Self-rule rather than rule by an outside actor, any outside actor. Substituting Israeli occupation with an occupation by another actor is a violation of self-determination, whether or not the other actor is less abusive than Israel, and whether or not the trusteeship is time-limited, is irrelevant. As the United Nations General Assembly said 65 years ago next week, and I quote, "Inadequacy of preparedness should never serve as a pretext for delaying independence," end of quote. In the second place, agreements brought about through an unlawful use of force, as this one would be, and contrary to peremptory norms of international law, as this one would be, the right of self-determination is a peremptory norm, are void. The Palestinian people have been here before, of course, with the Oslo Accords. As I had the privilege to argue for the League of Arab States before the ICJ and the ICC last year, the best approach in such situations is to say that such agreements may be in force insofar as they are compatible with the peremptory legal rights of the Palestinian people, but those provisions which are not are void. As the International Court of Justice affirmed last year in the context of the illegality of Israel's presence here in the OPT in particular, all states have important duties to suppress Israel's violations of fundamental rules of international law, a positive obligation to bring them to an end, and negative duties not to recognize them as valid and not to aid and assist them. Many states are failing to comply with these obligations, whereas they were willing to affirm them in their submissions at the ICJ last year and vote in favor of the General Assembly resolution that set them out. Willingness to implement in terms of their own behavior has been a different matter. The Hague group of states adopted an important set of pledges to take concrete action, but these constitute only 7% of the world's states, and their pledge only covers a subset of the full range of obligations that all states have here. In the face of such a dire picture, international lawyers will usually make defensively three arguments. First, although high-profile situations like the situation here in Palestine are a focus of attention, actually, if we look across the board to all states and to all situations, including day-to-day ones, then, to quote the late US international lawyer Lou Henkin, most states comply with most of international law most of the time. Incidents of non-compliance should not then be taken to mean that the law does not exist. They're evidence that the law which exists is not being complied with. In the second place, they argue that certainly when it comes to the principal violators of international law here, Israel, the US, and other supportive states, these represent a minority of the world states, and the global majority is against these violations and in favor of upholding the law that's being violated. Look, they say, at all those states who participated in the ICJ advisory opinion last year, the highest number ever until the climate change advisory opinion later that year, the vast majority to support the contention that Israel was violating international law. Likewise, they invoke the large support given by states in the General Assembly, whether the speeches from heads of state or through a voting record. These rules of international law being violated by Israel and its supporters exist then because the majority of the world states say so. In the third place, when it comes to the existence of double standards, for example, Western states contrasting approaches to illegality as between Russia's use of force in Ukraine in recent years and Israel's use of force here in the OPT since 1967, international lawyers insist that this can enable a form of imminent critique. States' own commitment to rules in one area can be invoked against them in another like context. The invocation of one or more of these three arguments is then a springboard for a push towards greater compliance. For the first argument, states who violate the law are reminded that they do comply with the law most of the time, and so need to remedy any deviations from their normal behavior, given the commitment to the law evident in the areas of compliance. For the second argument, it's pointed out to these states that most states in the world are in favor of the rules they are violating, and they should, therefore, bend to the global majority will and stop being global pariahs. For the third argument, the hypocrisy of states is called out on the basis that shaming them for double standards will lead to compliance. These efforts are animated by the belief that the current situation we have is better than nothing and a start from which can be built a more comprehensive, universal system. Pushing for compliance is, therefore, a productive use of limited time, resources, and effort. Where does this belief come from? To have a rational basis, it has to assume that the seeds of expansion exist in current developments, that progress is in fact possible within the current system of international law and institutions. But is it? We have to reckon with the alternative account of the international system, which would be offered by, for example, realist theories within the discipline of international relations, who see power as the ultimate determinant of global relations. Here, states' behavior is determined by political preferences mediated by their abilities based on their material capacities and power relative to other states. So, for the first argument, most states comply with most of international law most of the time. The realist would say, yes, powerful states comply with international law a lot of the time, but this is because it suits them. Then they depart from it when it doesn't suit them, and they can get away with it. Likewise, other states will comply with those suppression duties if they want to, and if they do want to, if they can withstand any pressure not to by the US and other states supportive of Israel, who may be able to exercise power over them. Current levels of compliance or not, then, tell us nothing about the likelihood of greater compliance conducted in circumstances where it would cut against preferences and or power pressures. Or rather, it tells us nothing positive about such likelihood, and indeed may tell us why it is unlikely. For the second argument, that violating states should bend to the will of the global majority, the realist would say it's easy for states, the states of the global majority, who are not themselves violating the rules of international law in this case, and are unlikely to, for example, the rules on the use of force, which by their nature are only going to be violated by a few militarily powerful states, it's easy for all of those other states to take robust positions on this subject. They would, wouldn't they? The fact that they do this tells us nothing about whether the powerful states who would have their own behavior constrained would be willing to commit to such constraints. For the third argument, double standards, the realist would remind us that hypocrisy is a core feature of human behavior and therefore has to be understood not as a bug, but a feature of global diplomacy. Calling states out for it, therefore, is not a politically effective strategy when it comes to motivating changes in behavior. In the light of these realist challenges, we have to ask whether we really should accept what international lawyers say, which is to insist, despite the realities staring us in the face, that we adopt a faux naive position, taking what states say, whether in submissions at the International Court of Justice or in statements and votes at the UN General Assembly, at face value. We use the term virtue signaling to refer to a situation where a person makes a public declaration affirming a particular normative position in circumstances that do not require any material alteration in their behavior, and indeed can be seen as an alternative to taking concrete action. The term international law virtue signaling is, I would suggest, helpful in explaining the role that invocations of international law can play in diplomacy. In all of this, it's necessary to remind ourselves what this thing is that we call international law and how it is enforced. There is no global sovereign who makes and enforces international law. The law is made, somewhat paradoxically, by the very actors, states, to whom it applies, and enforcement is largely a matter of self-enforcement linked to the idea of reciprocity. It is in states' self-interest to comply with the law because they benefit from others doing the same. This logic presupposes the legal fiction that all states are equal. As states are, in fact, not equal, there is no reason why the most powerful states must comply with their obligations, as they can secure the benefits they would get from having other states comply with their obligations through other means, power, at least when it comes to states that are less powerful than themselves. The situation is different for peer states. So those states can have their cake and eat it when it comes to less powerful states. Others, the other states, have to do what international law requires, whereas they can comply with international law only when it suits them, or only, as I mentioned, if they're dealing with a peer state. The only other binding mechanism in international law is, of course, the UN Security Council, acting under Chapter 7 to impose obligations on states against their will. And that is set up only to operate provided that the three most powerful states in the world, and also two other states, don't object, so effectively excluding these powerful states from ever being subject to Security Council action against their will. This is critiqued as unjust, as undemocratic, unlike the General Assembly, where every one of the 193 UN member states has an equal vote. In consequence, it is said, the Council should be reformed and or bypassed, if necessary, through General Assembly action, hence the discussions currently taking place about the possible adoption of a Uniting for Peace resolution from the General Assembly that could somehow mandate a protective international presence in Gaza. But enshrining aristocratic privileges in the P5 was adopted because this was seen as the only way of ensuring that the most powerful states in the world at that time, in 1945, would be part of the system. If they had this power and their own actions and global spheres of influence were exempted from effective coverage. This was to avoid what happened with the League of Nations, which adopted a relatively more egalitarian system of governance, and as a result was faced with a situation where the US never joined and other powerful states left. And to harness the power of the powerful states to the system for enforcement in circumstances where they could agree. Necessarily then, the system cannot work and is not supposed to work when they cannot agree. One only needs to imagine the idea of a protective force being somehow created by the UN General Assembly in opposition to the USA, which would therefore have to fight Israel and the US into Gaza, to see how General Assembly enforcement action in opposition to one or more of those three powerful permanent members of the UN Security Council only works as an idea if one somehow discounts the material realities of power. The challenge here, then, is the challenge of unequal power in the material world. The international system of law and institutions reflects it and enables it to operate. But it would exist without the system. And so the system cannot be set up as if somehow it does not exist. Otherwise, it would be like the League of Nations. This is why the enforcement of international criminal law through universal jurisdiction nationally and internationally before the International Criminal Court has long precipitated such an exceptional response from powerful states, because this jurisdiction potentially operates universally and automatically vis-a-vis leaders of powerful and less powerful states alike. Powerful states can and do pressure other states to enable, through prosecutorial discretion, that national courts don't exercise universal jurisdiction as part of their more general projection of power over these states that is a part of an everyday feature of international relations. But the ICC challenges this because it is not part of the state system set up diplomatically to be amenable to pressure. Hence, we see the extraordinary measures taken, for example, by the US against the ICC. The current measures are nothing new. Over 2 decades ago, when the ICC came into being, the US Congress passed the American Service Members Protection Act, informally referred to as the Hague Invasion Act, and the US State Department launched diplomatic efforts to get states who were parties to the Rome Statute to agree that they would never surrender US nationals to the court. Something that I and the late James Crawford, who of course drafted the Rome Statute, were commissioned by a human rights NGO in the US to write a legal opinion about, explaining why these agreements were unlawful. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Now, of course, we have the sanctions by the Trump administration, which are all explained in terms of the ICC in particular, against the ICC judges and prosecutor, against the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights here in the OPT, and against 3 Palestinian human rights NGOs here in the OPT, Al-Haq, Al-Mizan, and the PCHR. It's instructive to compare this extreme, unprecedented action to the responses to the General Assembly resolutions on Palestine and the ICJ advisory opinion last year and this year, which on the subject of Palestine are much more wide-ranging in what they address when it comes to illegality by Israel, compared to what the ICC has done and might do. With the ICJ advisory opinion last year, for example, Israel didn't even participate in the oral hearing, preferring instead to have its arguments made by proxies. The US, UK, Zambia, and Fiji duly obliged. The opinion and the subsequent General Assembly resolution were dismissed, of course, but no sanctions were taken against the ICJ or the UN. Likewise, with the genocide case brought by South Africa, although Israel has turned up to respond to the charges and various steps have been taken, again, the ICJ itself has not yet been sanctioned. This contrasting treatment of those 2 courts in The Hague is perhaps telling us about the interface between power and international law enforcement. Ultimately, the ICJ can be ignored, since the only concrete enforcement mechanism that exists internationally, the Security Council, will never be activated due to the US veto. But the ICC, which can lead to enforcement against individuals, or at least drastically restrict their travel options, must be taken more seriously. We have to ask whether it is realistic to expect these arrangements to be able to withstand such attacks, given that their raison d'être is, by design, at odds with the nature of the geopolitical system. What current events are, I think, telling us is that international lawyers have to be a lot more modest about the claims they make for international law. Commitments can be taken at face value when they map onto the power and politics matrix. But when they don't, we have to be honest about their limited value. International law is a powerful means of making political arguments in the international arena. It can be valuable in that sense, in a political sense, insofar as the substantive content of the legal rule is understood to have political legitimacy. So, for example, that rule I mentioned earlier, that agreements procured through the use of force are invalid, encapsulates the very important political idea that I have heard expressed in the context of the Oslo agreements by Diana Bhutto and before her Edward Said, that when a person has a gun to their head, the idea that they are giving an agreement in any meaningful sense of that word is a lie. But the case for the global acceptance, implementation, and enforcement of moral and ethical imperatives like that one ultimately needs to be made in the realm of politics and power, and through direct action in the material world, not simply through statements, legal submissions, and indeed speeches. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا رعد.
Thank you very much for this keynote speech. And now I call for the speakers in the third session. But if you have any questions addressed to Ralph, maybe leave them until the questions of the third session itself. So we call on the speakers of the third session. Shall we check if they are all here present? The first speaker in the third session, entitled The Responsibility to Initiate Change in the Global System. The first speaker is Mr. Muhammad Jum'a. Muhammad Jum'a Ala. Mr. Muhammad is a Kurdish writer and philosopher who serves as the representative of the autonomous administration in South Kurdistan. He recently published a book titled The Six Curses, or on critiquing centralities, in which he critiques 6 central concepts that constitute major dilemmas in the Middle East: the state, identity, ideology, enmity, history, and politics. We will listen to Mr. Muhammad online, virtually. Mr. Muhammad's intervention is entitled "The East Became the Center of Global Destruction and Forced to Seek a Free Alternative." Can you hear me? Yes. Welcome at Birzeit University. We are pleased to have you with us. The floor is yours for your presentation. The floor is yours. Thank you. And we thank Muwatin I apologize, but sound is not clear for me.
شو واضح الصوت.
I have two papers. The first is historical background on the current crisis. شيء عالي شيء عالي صدق بس مش واضح أبدا صدق.
Speakers.
I will present history in a critical manner to understand the reality. Then I will speak about the reality that we must critique in a philosophical manner. First theme addresses what we live today. I believe that there are three issues that interact. The first is the collapse of the capitalist system the way we know it. It's this form of capitalism that could not promise its societies with anything. The welfare state cannot promise us that it is capable to resolve any dilemmas. The other issue is the collapse of the liberal values resulting from capitalism. The liberal values, the current liberal values, do not have any claim through which it can say to its people that there is a future or another promise. The third issue is the collapse of the international system, what we can call the US-led global leadership. Those three aspects happened only twice historically. The first happened in the 7th century upon the collapse of slavery system and the emergence of the feudal system and the collapse of the Roman Empire and the emergence of the collapse of values that are based on the slavery system. That happened in the 7th century. And there the Islamic experience emerged as a different promise. The second turning point happened in the 14th century with the Western modernism, in which it promised that there is a new history. It is known that there was an industrial revolution and the production of liberal values. So this resulted in the leadership of the West to the world. The situation didn't happen in the Middle East since the 7th century. And now the civilization reinterpreted itself within the boundaries of the Middle East. This East, or the Middle East, is forced one way or another to produce a civilization or to reproduce itself. It has to do it. That's why we see what's happening in Syria or in Gaza or Iraq or other countries of the Middle East. History will repeat itself in the Middle East. However, the problem here is what the Middle East suffers from. As you know, the Middle East is currently going through a serious problem at the ideological level. There are several discourses that no more can promise their country, their people of anything. The religious discourse is no more capable of to attract us or to promise or to produce for us the necessary tools to say that the religious project is the best. So the religious discourse is bankrupt. On the other hand, the pan-Arab or the national discourse has collapsed. The existence of one central identity that is capable of building a real society or real nation state, or to produce a real citizen, or to produce a civil society, is no more possible. Hence, the nation state, as in accordance with the liberal system, is no more capable of revitalizing itself. Those discourses, whether the religious or the national or the traditional leftist discourse, are bankrupt. We can say that the Middle East is somehow searching for reshaping itself with a new thought. What is this new thought? The Middle East is forced, is obliged, has no other option but to reproduce itself, to be able to say to the coming human civilization that we exist and I'm capable of being a real component of this new global order that is being shaped. The Middle East has become the gateway of the world. What are the reasons or the dilemmas or obstacles that obstruct the Middle East? I believe that there are 6 reasons. I call them the 6 curses that impede the transformation. First is the identity. This is one of the productions of liberalism. The people in the Middle East, throughout their history, have never dealt with other through identity, but through joint enmity. However, what happened towards the end of the 18th century was that an identity discourse was produced in the Middle East, and the people started to deal with each other based on identity rather than on peace and friendship. We need to critique this discourse. The other is ideology. The major ideologies that no more can promise us of those claims. The ideology in the traditional sense has gone, and we need to remove and we need to have more flexible tools to adapt to the future. Therefore, the major ideologies are no more possible or no more feasible. The third curse is the state. I believe that the societies of the Middle East, and this is sarcastic, has never lived within the system of a state, according to modern states. We've always been outside the frame of a state, and the reason is that the nation states that collapsed failed to promise their people or to provide for their people what the West provided. The nation state is an importation by the East from the West without having the necessary tools. The project of the nation state, is it suitable for us or not? We imported it, although the Middle East does not. The nation state does not suit the Middle East. We are replete with different identities. Therefore, the Middle East will always have a political and social dilemma. There's a need to dismantle the notion of the state, and we need to organize ourselves in a more emancipatory manner. The other reason is that we have a historical dilemma because we only use from our present the past. We have historical discourse, and our life is based on history. It's better for us to give up this historical discourse. Once the German people was accused of being patients of history, we are dealing with others through the lens of history or historical memory, and the reason is that I apologize, but the sound is not clear. The nation there's a need to produce a real political friendship. We must produce or reproduce the concept of friendship in a new form that will provide us space based on defining the other not as a guest or a refugee, but as a partner on this land that can take us and other. The last curse is politics and politicians. I believe that politics in the traditional sense, although we are living the last days of politics in traditional sense, we need to rephrase the concept of politics. Politics can no more provide us with the necessary tools to analyze and to phrase ourselves in an ethical manner. Politics, as defined by Plato and Aristotle, is based on managing the society. In this sense, politics must be restored and reactivated. We need to know that the politics address our aims at reproducing a new system based on common friendship. That's why I believe that we have 6 curses or 6 reasons for the Middle East that we need to dismantle those reasons. The state identity, ideology, enmity, history, and politics. When we do that, after that, we can promise our people to produce other spaces of democracy and freedom. Without dismantling those curses and those causes, I believe that we will reproduce the destruction and killing, and it will be part of the culture of the Middle East. I repeat, those curses are not produced by the people of the Middle East, but are produced by capitalist modernity that was imposed on the people of the Middle East. People of the Middle East never suffered from the problem of identity and never perceived the other as the enemy and never exercised politics except with an ethical lens. However, the changes of the 14th and 15th centuries and the Western colonialism of the East produce the situation that is does not resemble us. I believe that we are going through a real historical period and we are obliged to dismantle those values and reproduce those definitions. The important thing now is that we have to go through this critique and this discussion without looking at the other as an enemy or a competitor. We are living at a critical moment, and we need to realize that this transition of human civilization comes from the Middle East, and the Middle East is bound to provide a solution that is useful for it and for the whole world. When I say that civilization is stabilized in the Middle East, it's because even the global order is. I apologize, but the sound is not clear. If we succeed in dismantling those concepts such as the state and identity, in this case, we can promise our children with a rebirth, and we promise our societies with a real democracy based on diversity. But if we do not do so, Gaza will be replicated and Syria will become a model in terms of the concepts of killing and sectarian enmities. And this will be replicated. And the Middle East is going through a serious crisis in terms of recreating its own identity. Since the 7th century, the Middle East did not produce its own concepts. It has always been affected by another central culture, and which the Middle East itself did not produce. Therefore, the Middle East is forced to reshape and reproduce itself. Thank you very much. The next speaker is entitled International Law in National Courts. It's the joint paper for Talia Kruger and Gemzi Turkelli. I apologize if I failed to pronounce the names properly. The two speakers are members of the faculty of the Private International Law at the Law and Development Research Group of the University of Antwerp. They work on international law and human rights, international law and sustainable development. Gemzi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We will, so my colleague Talia and I will jointly do the presentation. Thank you so much for the introductions. But my colleague Talia will start first, and we will have a PowerPoint presentation as we will be talking about some specific cases, and there's a lot of law. So I first leave the floor to my colleague Talia.
Thank you very much. Can you see our slides? Yes, thank you, Dana. And can you hear us clearly? Can the interpreters hear us clearly?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right. So what we were looking at today is two cases, specifically two cases that were in the Belgian courts, and both of them were about arms or other trade and relations to Israel. And the two cases had very different outcomes. We could say even almost contradictory outcomes. So what we wanted to look at today is exactly what those cases did, what the applicants said, and what the outcomes were, and perhaps try to seek what we can learn from these judgments in the sense of how international law was used and how it came to these specific conclusions. So these are the two of them. They're both by the Court of First Instance of Brussels, but Brussels is divided into two different sets of courts, namely the Dutch ones and the French ones. Okay, so both of them were summary proceedings. The first one was specifically a very urgent procedure because it was concerning a vessel that was at that moment in the harbor in Antwerp, and carrying ball bearings, a kind of tapered roll bearings. I'm not very technically talented, but these would be used in military vehicles by Ashot Eshkelon, and they produce Merkava tanks and Neymar armored vehicles, and we know that both of these tanks and vehicles have been used in Gaza. The goods were passing through Belgium as they were coming from France up to the port in Antwerp, and they were going to leave to Israel, to the port of Ashdod from there. The company from France called Timken has also been shown to have specific links with the arms that were used in Gaza. The second case was also a summary proceeding. It was also brought by NGOs, but in this case, there were also two individuals that were co-plaintiffs. So this case was against the Belgian state, where the previous one was against the Flemish community. I'll explain in a bit why in the first one that was the case. So the second one was also about the transfer of arms, and more broadly, a trade ban, and also about the termination of the association agreement that the EU and the member states have with Israel. So it was about active and passive cooperation with Israel. It was a much broader set of legal arguments than the first one. So I will explain the first one, and Gamze will then turn to the second one, and also explain the lessons that we think we can draw from these cases. Okay, so the first one, the specific wordings of the court were quite interesting. When at the beginning of the judgment, they explained the factual situation. I put some quotes here for you because I thought the way in which they framed it was quite interesting. Firstly, they spoke of the violent occupation by Israel of Palestine. They spoke about the war that the Israeli army is waging since 7 October 2023 against Hamas in Gaza and elsewhere, and that is described as a genocide, sorry for the typo, by various experts, also within international institutions such as the UN. So you see, the court is phrasing very carefully. The court is not saying the genocide that is going on. The court is really saying, well, there's this conflict, and some describe it as genocide. But then the court goes on to say, well, the facts are widely known, and it is impossible to escape the constant flow of information about the unthinkable atrocities that are incessantly taking place. So this was in July. As I said, it was an urgent application. So the application and the judgment, all of that happened in July. The applicable sets of rules were the Arms Trade Convention and then the Arms Trade Decree. This is a Flemish decree, which explains why the case was brought against the Flemish community, because it's under their competence. The dual-use regulation was also used. That is an EU regulation specifically on arms and dual-use items, because obviously ball bearings could potentially be dual-use instruments, but the NGOs had really collected a lot of information to show that the likelihood was so high, of also with the company for which it was destined, that these are really the ball bearings that would be used in these particular tanks that are being produced. Various references to international law. So the court referred to the Geneva Conventions, the Genocide Convention. It referred to customary international law. It referred and quoted from the ICJ case that Israel, against Israel, brought by South Africa. It referred to the UN Special Rapporteur by Francesca Albanese's report, Forever Occupation, Genocide and Profit. It also referred to the arrest warrants by the ICC of Netanyahu and Gallant, and it referred to the specific resolutions of the UN General Assembly, the April ones, and specifically quoted the article, paragraph 14, on the arms export. So what did the court then do? Well, the court said that international law provides the context of this case, and the court said it is clear that Flanders is bound by international law. Okay. it said that the legal framework, being the weapons trade, and here the court then turned particularly to domestic law, okay, because as I've said, we have this decree. So from the convention, the court really applied the Flemish decree and looking into that, at what the obligations of the Flemish community is. It was very clear in that decree that there can be no license to export goods if it is clear that those goods are destined for a state that perpetrates genocide and infringes the Geneva Conventions. So this was a bit in dispute here because the minister was saying, well, we have blocked temporarily the leaving of this vessel because we are inspecting whether they were supposed to ask a license. And here the NGO said, well, first of all, they do need a license. They cannot export these goods. And it's very clear that the Flemish community cannot issue the license under the law because it is clear that it's destined to Israel that is perpetrating a genocide and infringing the Geneva Conventions. Okay, so the court then said, well, if we have conventions and decrees and policies that are not converted into actions, then they'd lose all use. So in the end, the provisional measures were granted. The specific vessel was prevented from leaving the port of Antwerp, with also a penalty clause if they let this vessel leave. The vessel then did not leave the port. The subsequent developments are also interesting in the sense that the Flemish government said that it would appeal. There was then a huge public outcry, and people also commented in the newspapers, well, why are they spending their money on appealing instead of doing their job? They then backtracked and said, oh, no, we haven't yet decided on whether there'd be appeal. We were just debating that in the Flemish government. And then they said, okay, we will ask advice from a law firm whether they should appeal. They then got that advice from the law firm, and they kept on saying they're going to appeal as soon as the NGOs served the judgment on them formally. So this was a kind of limbo situation. And then on 15 October, well, actually the decision was a bit earlier, but this decision said that as of 15 October, there was a suspension of arms export and transfer through Flanders to Israel. This was a 6-month decision. So the decision was taken probably in September or early October to have it enforced as of the 15th of October. And what's interesting is this also followed apparently on discussions within the Working Party on Arms Trade in the Council of the European Union. So it seems that there is this monitoring body, this Working Party, and they get together every month, but their agendas are available online, but not the reports. And they have very interesting items on the agenda, such as information exchange regarding the arms exports policies. So the Flemish decision states there that there's been an oral exchange of ideas, exchange of practices, but we don't know exactly what has been said there. Okay, that's from my side. Let me now give the floor to Kamse.
Thank you very much. And I'll go over. Yes, can you hear me? Well, okay. Yes, so I'll go over the next case. And that's in a French-speaking court of first instance in Brussels. As Talia mentioned, it is against the Belgian state as such and not one of the federated communities. And it is a much broader case, so the applicant's claims are much broader, as I will go into it. But you can see here that, of course, there are different legal instruments, many international legal instruments, binding ones that bear on the case, including the Arms Trade Convention, the International Civil Aviation Convention, dual use regulation of the European Union, then that's a more supranational law. But there are also a number of references. So there is references to the provisional measures orders of the International Court of Justice in the South Africa versus Israel case, the genocide case of January, March, and May of 2024, the landmark advisory opinion of the ICJ on the legal consequences of Israel's acts and actions in the occupied Palestinian territories of July 2024, the arrest warrants of the ICC against Israeli leaders for their individual criminal responsibility, as well as UN General Assembly resolutions, particular reports by UN expert bodies, including the Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese, that has been working really on this issue of economic ties, commercial ties, businesses, and other actors in relation to Gaza, and that particular report on from economy of occupation to the economy of genocide, as well as all of the different UN communiques by different specialist UN agencies. And there's also indirectly a Belgian royal decree from June 2024 to prevent transport of arms, which this decree also refers to the Genocide Convention and the ICJ orders. So what did the applicants request? Next slide, if you can. Yeah, thank you, Talia. So the applicants really wanted to actually echo what has been voiced by a lot of civil society actors, a lot of also citizens, as well as scholars, academics, and other experts, that all arms, munitions, added relevant materials and technologies, including those for dual use, should not be transported or exported to Israel. So it's not just Belgian companies exporting these materials to Israel, but it's also the use of Belgium to transport. So it's also use the use of sort of Belgian territory as transit for these materials from a third country than with the destination of Israel. As well as the prohibition of all commercial exchange and investment. And this comes, of course, on the heels of the advisory opinion of the ICJ that clearly stated that states, third states, had a clear obligation to refrain from any acts and decisions that would allow for the illegal situation of the occupation to continue or to be legitimized by those dealings. And finally, for Belgium to unilaterally at least notify of its intention to denounce the association agreement between the EU and Israel, EU member states individually and Israel. So the applicants demanded that the court order the states to do the first two things, so the first two demands within 15 days of the judgment, and within 8 days, the notification of the intention to denounce. So basically, the applicants were asking the court to order the state to take these measures because they had, these measures had been demanded also at the EU level, but also in different national jurisdictions besides Belgium, in Ireland and Spain. So these are not just Belgium-specific demands. These have been voiced in other national jurisdictions as well. And what the court decided was quite disappointing, of course, for the applicants and in the general public, but that Belgium state had taken various measures. And so what the Belgian state had done was, although belatedly, it had raised the issue of the association agreement with the EU, mentioning that Belgium was in favor of a suspension, for instance. And so what the court said is, well, Belgian state has taken several measures. And as applicants, you haven't demonstrated that they had committed a manifest error of appreciation. What that means is, of course, there's this very famous, especially in the European context, concept of a margin of appreciation, saying the state may have obligations, but how it will discharge its obligations is a matter of policy. And so the governments are tend to given a margin of appreciation in deciding how they will discharge their obligations. And so the court's opinion on this was that basically Belgian state refusing to unilaterally adopt measures or to spontaneously adopt them did not amount to a manifest error of appreciation and a violation of its obligations. And so the measures that are chosen by the government, there's quite a large leeway according to the court, and that the courts, at least in the division of powers, so the separation of powers, the courts cannot impose a specific measure to be taken by a government. They can, in fact, but they can mention and if something is being violated specifically. So what they were saying is Belgian state has obligations, so that was not contested. So all of the international law underlying those obligations was not contested. How those obligations would be discharged was left at the discretion of the state. And so we also wanted to maybe outline how international law in Belgium, so in the specific context of the country, of the state, is seen. Belgium, so international law is a part of the Belgian law. It can be invoked directly in courts. So Belgium has what is considered a monist system. So everything that comes from international law does not have to be transposed into Belgian law before being invoked in courts. And there's a sort of precedent, a very, very old precedent as well. And the courts can use international law directly alongside national law, but they are, so in these cases, things that are considered binding under international law, so court judgments, etc., were of course given that binding value, but UN General Assembly resolutions, for instance, were only considered to be recommendations, not binding, which this is in line with most courts, I would say, even if they're monist around the globe as regards UN General Assembly resolutions. And the courts are also, because of this balancing act, very careful to keep to the separation of powers, and they respect the kind of political rulemaking, and they stick to a very strict test of legality, a marginal legality test, and not a comprehensive test of whether those measures actually, within a, let's say, given time period, given the urgency of the situation, are in fact delivering the obligations, the content of the obligations. And in comparing the two cases, we tried to understand a little bit why this discrepancy. And of course, there were differences in strategy. So the first case that Talia outlined was a really urgent situation with a vessel sitting in a port that could have really delivered materials that would be then used foreseeably in the commission of a number of international crimes. There was also a link to an existing domestic law legislation. So there was a decree, and the allegation was that that decree was not being correctly or sufficiently applied. And so the court then can judge whether that decree, in line with the international law obligations, is being applied in that context of violations that has been outlined. So the court does not challenge that. In the other court case, the court also does not challenge what international law is saying, but measures that are being asked for are very broad, and it's not, the court case is not about a specific failure to implement a specific legislation, but it's more about what the state is doing or failing to do as a kind of broad understanding of what measures it should take. And so there isn't, the court is reluctant to test whether those measures are timely enough or sufficient enough in a broad sense without having a very specific claim about why the timeliness is an issue or why the sufficiency is an issue. And so the court does not order the government to take a specific action in line with what the applicants say. And finally, what has, in our final slide, we wanted to look at how the development of international law, and as Raf was mentioning, international law is also in, to put it mildly, a state of crisis. It has never left its colonial roots, maybe, perhaps, and we're seeing the resurgence of, unfortunately, trustee systems and others. But there are also, of course, movements that can be used for emancipatory purposes, and so the courts do not challenge those parts of the law, at least those developments, like the ICJ cases, the advisory opinions, the ICC arrest warrants. The validity and the veracity of all of those are in a sense, not they are accepted, including also the reports by UN experts, including the special rapporteur on the OPT. And there is, but what we are seeing is it's not enough to have those sort of pieces of international law pronouncements without really enforcement at the national level. And at least in Belgium, the national courts have the option to use various sources of international law, which they have done. They've done it to provide context to state obligations, saying, well, the obligations exist. They haven't gone, and they can be invoked nationally. But insofar as how they should be implemented, so when we go to the second stage of implementation, the courts have tended to look inward to domestic law. So it shows that there's a very clear interplay, and in the absence of specific laws that are putting in place those international legal obligations into domestic legal obligations and policy choices that are constrained by law, we see a broad margin of appreciation and no legal review of measures that may be in fact insufficient and not responding to the urgency of the situation, but we don't have a strong domestic legal enforcement option because we do not have specific domestic laws that buttress what we know through international law. So these are some of the challenges that I think legal professionals in Belgium will have to deal with going forward, but we think there can be also parallels in other jurisdictions. Thank you for your attention. It's, as usual, an honor to be among you, and we are very sad not to be there in person.
المتحدث
judges. We don't have a Russian or a British judge currently. This year is the 80th anniversary of the ICJ after the failure of the League of Nations and the establishment of the United Nations. There are 5 female judges out of the 15 judges. This is a precedent because throughout the past 8 years, we only had 7 female judges. This has its value, which I will not going to address the gender and the importance of the presence of women about the interpretation of law. ICJ has its limitations in work. It's capable of interpreting the law. Theoretically, that may be useful for the future, but cannot enforce the law because it has no enforcement body. In the end, it is the Security Council. I say this to say that ICJ does not operate without the full interference of other UN agencies, that they all work synchronically, and I will make it clearer in some cases. Hence, this is a future interpretation that may have this very slow and cumulative change in the ICJ. I'm going to address some cases in the first part of my speech related to genocide. As you know, in July, we had the advisory opinion on climate change by the ICJ. That was requested by youth from Vanuatu Island in the Caribbean requesting climate justice. The advisory opinion linked the human rights to climate change and other things. Several states, including Palestine, tried to link military wars and weapons with climate change. However, in their advisory opinion, did not address this. However, there is one female judge who spoke about the impact of war without mentioning Palestine, and she was the American judge. Also, the ICJ was affected by other advisory opinions. That's what I was trying to say, that they don't operate alone. Their advisory opinion on climate was affected by the opinion of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. And also there was another opinion by the American or the US Human Rights Court. So the ICJ is also affected by decisions of other courts, including the US, European, and African human rights tribunals. I hope we will one day have the Arab Tribunal for Human Rights. It said that there are obligations on the states regarding climate change without mentioning particular states, but it said that some states have more impact than others. Those that have emissions have a larger impact than other states, and we find that some judges wanted a more progressive or a clearer expression of expression. For example, the Somali judge trying to say that Germany had more emissions, causing more climate change than a country like Burkina Faso. This shows that the ICJ must play a role in shedding the light, not only on obligations in general, but on pointing particularly on the states that cause the problems. Some, like the islands in Caribbean, may disappear because of the climate effect. There are cases that are precedents and have an impact on the decision of the case of South Africa against Israel and Nicaragua. There are many cases towards the end of 90 by the former Yugoslavia against 10 states of the NATO, 10 states of NATO members. There was an attempt to press charges against those states that they were part of the destruction caused by against the former Yugoslavia. The court rejected the 10 cases. They included Portugal, Spain, United States, 10 states and NATO members. And the court faced a problem to prove responsibility or even the jurisdiction. They didn't even move to the content, but stopped at jurisdiction. The problem was that the United States had a reservation on the Article number 9 of the Genocide Convention, and this led to other problems. We also have Congo versus Rwanda, which was based on several human rights conventions, including the Genocide Convention. As for Congo versus Rwanda, Congo tried to say that Rwanda is accused of actions against human rights crimes, including genocide in Congo. The court at the time found that Rwanda had reservations on Article 9, the same article, and therefore it rejected this use by the Congo for the jurisdiction of the court. And also, Congo tried to use other conventions, and the ICJ rejected the jurisdiction. The decision was in 2006. We found that 5 out of 16 judges any state that has no judge can nominate another judge to represent it. So 5 judges issued a separate opinion saying that we cannot continue to use the reservation against the jurisdiction of ICJ on genocide because this contravenes with the purpose and the spirit of the Genocide Convention. The decision is uses the advisory opinion. So the ICJ continues to stick to judicial precedents since 1951. At the time, the ICJ said that the reservation of the jurisdiction does not cancel the convention, and this allowed, therefore, Rwanda and the United States, they all have reservations. And we'll go to the Sudan versus UAE, Emirates. There's a war inside Sudan, but Sudan accuses the United Arab Emirates that they're supporting the rapid response forces. The Sudan went to the court and claimed that UAE finances the rapid response forces and is complicit in genocide. Before the ICJ looked into it, said that UAE has reservations on Article 9, therefore the whole case is dismissed. Not only the precautionary the interim measures. The court, and because there are some judges, or the majority of judges are traditional and adhere to precedents, they dismissed the case. However, there were 7 judges, and this is the slight improvement, which gives us some hope. 7 out of 9 judges, and they are 16 because the judge Nawaf Salam was retired, and the 15th did not arrive, which is the Jordanian judge. So 7 out of 9 refused the ICJ decision and said that you cannot continue to stick with the judicial precedents. Not 7 out of 9, 7 versus 9, 7 out of 16. At the time, there was a probability. And they said if the 15th, if had he been present, then maybe we could have been a bit closer, so that the court would try to change its adherence to the precedents, to give some opportunity for Sudan to listen to their arguments. Of course, UAE was pleased with the decision, while Sudan considered it a setback. And now we see the situation. I will have a citation here from the Chinese judge on South Africa against Israel. She is a Chinese judge, and who tried to tell the court that you cannot continue to use those precedents, and that we made some improvement, but we need to continue. She said that since more than 60 years, when Ethiopia and Liberia press charges against South Africa because they touched on their obligation as mandates in Southwest Africa, the court refused their capacity because they had no legal interest in the cases. This was faced resentment by member states in the United Nations against the court, and it harmed its reputation. That happened 60 years ago. This legal problem developed with the Barcelona traction case, where the ICJ recognized that there are in the international law certain international obligations on the whole international community. Because of its importance, all states have legal interest in protecting them, and these are called the erga omnes obligations. Nevertheless, the court did not address in its judgment the legal capacity. While the law and practice are continue to evolve, the protected groups such as the Palestinian people, regarding them, the international community has a joint interest to protect them. In her opinion, this is the kind of cases in which the court must recognize the legal capacity for a member state in the Genocide Convention to press charges on the basis of erga omnes partis, which is the Article 9, to hold another member state accountable for breaching its commitments in accordance with the Genocide Convention. So there was progress in the court in the case of Liberia versus until it went to the Barcelona traction. Of course, we can look at the Gambia versus Myanmar. In this case, this is similar to South Africa against Israel. It is Gambia is a small state that is not a party in what's happening in Myanmar against the Rohingya. And they decided to go to court to say that the government of Myanmar is committing acts that may be genocide against Rohingya. This is being seen at the court. We see that Gambia chose the judge to represent her as Pillay, who is a South African judge, not only who supports Palestine, but also she is the chair of the Independent Human Rights Committee in the Palestinian territories, and who issued a report in September in which she said that what's happening in Gaza is genocide. This is important. We're speaking about Gambia versus Myanmar, and the judge representing Gambia is Pillay, who says that there is genocide in Gaza. This means that if the judge decides that there is a responsibility from Myanmar, this may be a good precedent for South Africa versus Israel. This is why everybody is looking at this case. As for South Africa against Israel, as we know, there were the first three interim measures. However, Israel is procrastinating. It's asked for first extension to submit. It's the counter memorial. Africa submitted its full file, and Israel requested the first and the second extension, and of course depends on who chairs the court and the extensions. The most difficult part is the intention and to prove the intention, because there are precedents in the Balkan War cases, Bosnia versus Serbia and Montenegro, and Croatia against Serbia and Montenegro, and in which the court said that the only reasonable conclusion to identify the intention for genocide, that the only conclusion is its intention to destroy the group fully or partially. And this is the difficulty with the case of South Africa versus Israel. The court to say that there is no other intention by Israel except to exterminate the Palestinian people, and Israel continues to say that we don't mean to exterminate, but we want to respond to an attack that occurred in October 2023, and we are in a war over sovereignty over this territory. And Israel always says this, and there is political and legal pressure on the court on how to interpret the genocidal intent to prove its responsibility. In the Balkan Wars, ICJ said that in Srebrenica, in the massacre that happened, the massacre happened, there is genocide, but it was difficult for the court to say that Serbia is responsible for the genocide, and it faced difficulty to say that there are reparations for genocide. And this is part of the difficulties the court faces, and all states must cooperate in pushing the ICJ to have positive interpretation. The court is not separate from what happens in the independent commission. of a human rights report has a positive impact on the opinion of the ICJ and the states and how they react with the states. All this has positive impact. There are national courts, as Gamza and Talia were saying. The decisions that happen in Belgium, also the ICJ will look at them because it doesn't work in isolation. The next case is Nicaragua versus Germany, and this is a very important case since we have the state of Nicaragua, which is a Latin American state that decided to hold to account Germany, which is a European state, for providing Israel with arms and for cutting the funding of the UNRWA. They spoke of two crucial points on how Germany contributes to genocide, and Nicaragua was based itself on the South Africa versus Israel, and said that there is reasonable reason for genocide and that you continue to look into this case. The main problem here is that Germany, of course, contests the jurisdiction, claiming that you are addressing the case with a third party that is not member, which is Israel. This also happened in East Timor and Australia. And Australia used the same rationale with Indonesia, that there is no jurisdiction because the third party, at that time it was Indonesia, and now Germany is using the same rationale to say that Israel is not party in this case and that no decision should be taken. So the ICJ faces difficulty on how it can be go in against its previous precedents. And also it depends on the representatives of Nicaragua, for example, and how they can present supporting arguments to continue the case and that there is jurisdiction, on the hope that they will finally say that Germany is participating through providing weapons and cutting the funding of UNRWA. In the end, I was still speaking about the first part of my intervention. In general, the court adopts a conservative approach and strikes a balance between the law and the politics. The other speakers, like Dr. Ralph, spoke about advisory opinion of last year about the legitimacy of the presence of Israel in OPT, including East Jerusalem, West Bank, and Gaza. This advisory opinion, which many people considered a very significant improvement, continues to have certain gaps which we can use and maybe we can reject. In the end, the ICJ decides that self-determination of Palestinians is within this framework, which is West Bank, Jerusalem, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. This is not only a problem, but it used the Security Council and General Assembly and their resolutions on interpreting the law. The difference here is, for example, in the case of Namibia or South Africa, or South African mandate on Namibia, there were many advisory opinions at the time. At that time, a very clear South Africa advisory opinion said that South Africa at the time is an illegal power and force in Namibia, and they must end their mandate and control immediately. And they used the word immediately. That happened in 1971. In Israel, ICJ said as soon as possible. This is a difference in language that has political consequences on the ground. In the 70s, there was power, there was the Soviet Union, there was an environment of ending colonialism in Africa, there was a Security Council resolution to end the mandate of South Africa over Namibia, there were very strong GA resolutions, there was a political atmosphere that enabled and encouraged the ICJ to speak about ending the South African mandate over Namibia. This is different from the case of Palestine now. And the last advisory opinion that was issued last October on the UNRWA, also some considered it very progressive, or at least it proved that Israeli claims that UNRWA is infiltrated by Hamas, as they claim, court said that this is baseless. And all of them used the ICJ conclusions to demand to continue the support for UNRWA and to renew the mandate of UNRWA. Usually, the mandate is renewed every 3 years. The problem is that the ICJ said that UNRWA was established in 1949, but it jumps from 1950 to 1967, as if there is no mention between 1950 and 1967, and the court doesn't know how to deal with this period. And it said in 1967 there was an occupation for the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. There was an agreement with Israel. Accordingly, UNRWA must resume its operations. And also, it spoke about Israel obligations as an occupying force, as a UN member, and there were also some some problems. It spoke about cooperation between states and was interpreted in a very abstract form and without any binding form. And the ICJ was hoped to divert a bit from abstract obligations to say that the obligation to cooperate between states within the principles of the UN, that this must be mandatory and not voluntary and not up to the interpretation of each state separately. Israel interprets those obligations on its own, and they engage with the ICJ accordingly. Israel submitted a written opinion, unlike the other advisor opinion. The ICJ spoke about the Red Cross. That was positive, in my opinion. They said that the Red Cross must resume its visits to the Palestinian prisoners. Not many international organizations said so. In the end, the Judge Tladi from South Africa provided a separate opinion saying that in the 70s or even before, there was a Judge Lauterbach, who was Zionist, who spoke about South Africa and Namibia, and he said that since the state is not compliant with the UN principles, we need to say that this state has betrayed the principles of the United Nations. We can interpret this as a call to stop the membership of United States of Israel in the United Nations. In the end, I'd like to say that the law itself has no power and will bring nothing. It is a disclaimer. The law itself is a tool, and the court produces what happens in terms of political interactions outside the court. This is a call to see how in the 60s and 70s there was a different impact of the General Assembly or the ICJ itself with the causes of the peoples. And we can see that through states from the global south and how they deal with international law. Thank you, and I apologize for being lengthy. Thank you, Dana. The last speaker in this session is Wouter van der Hoorn, Universities as Emancipatory Forces, Deconstructing University Human Rights Policies. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning. At least still in my case, I realize we have some time differences. Thank you very much for having me today, and apologies for not being with you in person. My topic indeed is quite specific, and it relates to an issue I'm working on, and that is the question of university human rights policies. We've seen that a number of universities, quite specifically geographically located, I would argue, have been looking into the question whether and to what extent they should develop their own human rights policies, in particular in relation to external partners. It could be collaboration with other universities, in particular Israeli universities. It could be also questions of their supply chain. Where are they buying their computers from? How are those companies involved or not in gross human rights violations? And it could also relate, for example, to questions of investment, where they invest their money in, what kind of companies, for example, benefit from their investment policies and portfolios. And so in the context of that research that I will unpack a bit further during this presentation, it struck me that a lot of the thinking, a lot of the arguments to develop such human rights policies relate to internal considerations. So it's more about, for example, the dynamics, the issues at the University of Antwerp, to take my own university as an example, than about what the policy may do or not do. For example, in the OPT or in Gaza, if we talk about the genocidal violence in Gaza and the response to that by universities, for example, in Europe. So very often the focus is very much on the internal dynamics. For example, how can we, for example, take a decision as a university not to collaborate anymore with Israeli universities without impacting on our internal dynamics, without creating the impression within our university towards staff and students that we want to limit freedom of speech on that topic and so on. Or another issue that very much comes up, and quite rightly so to some extent, of course, is that universities are concerned with risk management, want to avoid complicity in genocidal violence, for example. But for me, the question remains there, should those human rights policies not also focus much more on what they're trying to achieve in the situation that they are speaking to? So if a Belgian university like the University of Antwerp adopts a human rights policy and measures in the context of that policy, should it not as much look at what that policy, when applied, achieves then or seeks to achieve, for example, in the OPT or in Gaza, as much as to speak to the internal dynamics that are there? And that's what I called in my abstract a more outward-looking perspective. Now, let me start with a disclaimer here, in the sense that perhaps when I wrote up my abstract, I had hoped to be a bit more advanced in my own thinking. So I see this very much as a first attempt today to explore some of my own thoughts and share them with you, then that I feel this is a fully fledged paper where I have now strong views and positions to share with you. So let me now turn on and share my PowerPoint presentation to take you through some of the ideas that I would like to share with you. Okay, so perhaps first to give you a picture of what I refer to as the inward-looking perspective, and so the debate on university human rights policies as it takes place within universities, in particular in Europe, a little bit also in Southern Africa and beyond. And so there's a long-standing debate on the role of universities, which is in origin very much a debate that took place in the United States, and that was triggered in a more recent history in the United States by the war in Vietnam. where the question was whether American universities had to take position on the war in Vietnam and what the US was doing in Vietnam, or whether the universities had to kind of refrain from taking position. And that's what is now often referred to as this idea of institutional neutrality, where a university cannot speak out on any geopolitical or other issue, cannot speak out on gross human rights violations, can even not speak out on genocide because of that formal position as a university, as an institution of neutrality. And what we see is that there is quite some, I would argue, quite some pushback against that view, not across the world, but at least it's visible in parts of the world and in parts of Europe. And there the language is much more about institutional responsibility, so that there is certainly a moral responsibility for universities, for example, to take up responsibility and to speak out on issues that happen in the world, certainly speak out on gross human rights violations and genocide, and also in addition, not only speak out on them, but also then take measures that very often include then the suspension or termination of collaboration, for example, with those involved in, for example, genocide. Now, I hinted already at this, that if we try to map this geographically, that the position and the view that universities should be neutral is very much a position we find in the United States, and where it's been explicitly also reflected in the literature, so where it's also documented. There's a lot that may exist that is not documented, that I do not have access to, but also language restrictions that I face, of course. But going by what I managed in a way to find is that that position of institutional neutrality is very much still defended in the United States by American universities. But also in parts of Europe. For different reasons, we see it to a large extent in the United Kingdom. We see it in some Scandinavian countries, in particular Sweden. But there, for example, the argument is a very different one. Their argument is we are part of the state of Sweden, and since the state of Sweden has a certain foreign policy and a certain take on it, we as academic institutions cannot deviate from that official position. So that's a very different reason why they invoke this notion of institutional neutrality. Now, we have, on the other hand, clearly also a number of countries and a growing number of countries where universities have accepted and claimed that they have an institutional responsibility. And so as universities also need to respond to gross human rights violations, to acts of genocide and the like. For some of them, the policies were there and the acknowledgement of an institutional responsibility was there before the 7th of October 2023 events. For others, it is very much an institutional responsibility that is now accepted and carved out in light, in particular, of the genocidal violence in Gaza. So there is, for many of them, not a long history, one could say, of accepting that institutional responsibility. But those who have been more active on it are in particular universities in Belgium, and in particular in the Dutch-speaking part, the northern part of Belgium, but also, for example, in Ireland, where already in 2013, the National University of Ireland adopted a strong human rights policy, which was very much looking at the Irish universities' responsibility towards, for example, gross human rights violations. In the Netherlands, it's much more recent, for example, but there we see that they had already a different debate on institutional responsibility, on responsibility of the universities for what is happening outside the context of the university, and that was on climate change, in fact, and fossil fuels. And so in the Netherlands, they had those discussions, and many of the Dutch universities had adopted already policies on fossil fuels, and so phasing out the use of fossil fuels. And then, in a way, human rights became a more prominent issue as part of their institutional responsibility due to the genocidal violence in Gaza and the broader issues of occupation and so on in the occupied Palestinian territories. So by now, we clearly have in Belgium, for example, 8 universities out of the 10 have adopted accepted that institutional responsibility and adopted human rights policies. In the Netherlands, it's about the same number. So many of the Dutch universities have adopted a policy. In Finland, the University of Helsinki has been more outspoken, and so on. In Italy, they are very much trying to work with general references to human dignity, but also to research integrity, even in their charters, to now develop further human rights policies. And I think, as you can see, most of them are located in Europe, but in South Africa too, a number of universities have spoken out, in particular in the current context of the genocidal violence in Gaza, and accepted their institutional responsibility, and then also taken measures to address the issues, and in particular to look into a suspension or termination of their collaboration with Israeli universities that are heavily involved in the work of the IDF, and through that also in the genocidal violence. Now, it's good, I think, to go back to one of the reports that is often quoted, but I think rarely read, that was produced by an American university back in the 1960s in the context of the Vietnam War and the US's strong involvement there. And so where the question had been asked to a committee chaired by Calvin, and so that's why it is referred to as the Calvin Report, to advise the university management. It was the University of Chicago, if I'm not mistaken, to advise that management on whether or not to take position on the Vietnam War. And it's a very short report. The word report is even misleading, I think. It's a 2-pager, basically. But what is interesting there is that in that report, which, as you will see in a minute, eventually then defends this idea of institutional neutrality, but that in that report, it is kind of very strongly accepted and argued that, and I quote here, that by design and by effect, the university is the institution which creates discontent with the existing social arrangements and proposes new ones. So in a way, it is accepted in that report that the university has a strong emancipatory mission, that it is a mission that it has a mission to challenge existing social arrangements and also come up with ideas how it should look like. And so in that sense, that there is a strong recognition of the role of the societal role of universities in that report. But then it goes on, and that's why it is often then cited nowadays by all those universities who refuse to take any responsibility and to speak out on, for example, the genocidal violence in Gaza. And so it then goes on, the Calvin Report, by saying, and I quote again, the university is the home and the sponsor of critics, but it is not itself the critic. And so that explains then why in that report it is argued that the university has a particular societal role to play, but not as an institution. but rather to create that space for its members. And that's the second quote that I share with you, and that is on the screen, that this neutrality as an institution has its complement in the fullest freedom for its faculty and students as individuals to participate in political action and social protest. It finds its complement too in the obligation of the university to provide a forum for the most searching and candid discussion of public issues. So the idea is that the university facilitates the creation of new thinking, facilitates political action, social protest for its faculty, for its students, but in itself has therefore to remain neutral, because any clear position of the university, the reasoning goes, would be possibly a restriction on that freedom of faculty and students to then themselves engage in political action and in social protest. And this has been echoed somewhat in French, where a French colleague who is working in the United States and has been working there for a long time coined that notion of la réserve institutionnelle. So where the argument is very similar, that universities should not take any position in political or international dynamics that are taking place. And that réserve institutionnelle was, for example, then strongly invoked by the University of Geneva in Switzerland to explain its initial position on the genocidal violence in Gaza. Not to be one-sided and suggest that there is a very homogeneous thinking in the United States. It's also very useful, I think, to for example, look into a recent statement of February 25 of this year, so on institutional neutrality by the American Association of University Professors, where they reject, in fact, that notion of institutional neutrality. Because they argue that it has meant different things in different times in the American context, and that I take the second quote here, that talk of neutrality can mask substantive choices, where the option deemed neutral requires justification no less than any other, end of quote. So their argument is the best way to protect academic freedom in your institution, the best way to make sure that all voices are heard, that all choices are considered, is to kind of discuss the issues and not so much, and so go through procedures of shared governance rather than to hide oneself behind the notion of institutional neutrality. But as you can see, that debate on institutional neutrality versus institutional responsibility, the debate on whether or not to adopt as a university institution a human rights policy, and then also to take action on it, is very much informed by that inward-looking perspective. What does it do to academic freedom within our own institution, for example? Or what does it do to the freedom of people to speak up, to invite colleagues, and so on, or how does it affect possibly our legal position? Those are very often the considerations, and so my kind of thinking now, and what I would like to develop further, is should we not also, and how can we bring in also a more outward-looking perspective so that those human rights policies are really also designed to provide leverage for emancipation, for liberation in the contexts that they seek to speak to. And first and foremost, what we have all in mind is the genocidal violence in Gaza, and by extension, the policies of occupation and the realities of occupation in the OPT. But what we see is that universities also look, for example, into whether or not they can collaborate with universities in Sudan, where a genocide, another genocide is yet taking place, but also in other countries where perhaps genocide is not taking place, but gross human rights violations are taking place. So in all those contexts, what and how should such a human rights policy look like to really provide more leverage also and support to emancipation and liberation in those specific contexts? And so there I have just some initial thinking or some initial questions that I think that needs further investigation. As I said, I'm more at the beginning of the process than at the end, so no strong views yet on what should happen. But one issue that comes back again and again is that human rights policies cannot be selective in a way by isolating, identifying gross human rights violations in some contexts and not in other contexts. And I think that's an important one, also from an outward-looking perspective, but also a very difficult one. Also given the fact that we may have much less information on gross human rights violations in some contexts than in others. I think a second element that is important is the extent to which the policy is also democratically developed within an institution. And although that may seem to, again, return to that inward-looking perspective of, for example, the University of Antwerp, I think it is only through the democratic process that one can also bring in all the relevant information that may be present to really understand the issues and make sure the policy speaks also to what is at stake in a particular context. And so that speaks also to my other point that although one cannot be selective each time, one has to try and be or to make and to turn the human rights policy then very contextualized, because the way one may provide leverage to internal debate and ongoing struggle in the context, in the specific context, may be different depending on the context. And so where a straightforward boycott of universities and companies may be very straightforward and provide that necessary leverage in some settings, it may be that it is counterproductive in other settings. So that's why I think it has to be then in its application very contextualized. And of course, it has to go for that empowering potential, for that leverage. But what that exactly means, I think, is another matter in the specific context of again, the OPTs. What we see is that, for example, there is a debate where some would argue that the empowering action that one can take through an institutional human rights policy is to support Palestinian universities and Palestinian colleagues, including by all kind of schemes for scholars at risk and so on, and where others would argue that the empowering function really lies in suspending, terminating collaboration with Israeli universities as a more structural approach to the issues. And so I think we are struggling with that, what that empowering function can exactly be in each and every context. And finally, I think that university human rights policy has to be comprehensive in the sense that clearly there's value in the suspension or determination of collaboration with Israeli universities who are actively involved in the genocidal violence, for example, in the occupation. But that is probably not good enough. And what we see is that some universities have also looked into their supply chains and looked into either the companies they collaborate with or that are part of their supply chain, for example, ICT and other, and that in order to have that leverage really and have that strong function also to in a way flag the position of the university that it's important not only to talk about institutional collaboration with other universities, but also clearly with companies. And then, as I said from the beginning, investment policies may be another part of such a comprehensive policy. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
The last intervention, we have space or time to receive interventions, hopefully make it specific to any of the speakers and summarized.
احتجاج شديد على مواطن دعونا يعني يهيأ لي بأنه الناس اللي لازم يتم دعوتهم لمثل هذا اللقاء فقط قانونيين، يعني بس اللي بيشتغل فيهم العقل. هذا القدرة على الاستماع لكل هاي المداخلات ثقيلة جدا بالنسبة لي. وطول الوقت وأنا بفكر إنه أشغل عقلي نشغله، بس غياب مشاعر وعواطف هذا كمان صاعق للآدمية. يعني كيف حدا بده يفكر إنه لهاي وقتاش بدها تطلع القرار؟ طب ما الإبادة شغالة، هل هذا النظام قابل لمعالجة الإبادات؟ إحنا أنا 70-80 سنة تحت الموت. القانون والقانون الدولي وهيئة الأمم المتحدة، والسؤال يعني للمتداخلين إنه فيش إشي غير الأشكال السائدة المعمول بها للتعبير عن التضامن مع الفلسطينيين اللي بموتوا ليل ونهار وصيف وشتاء وربيع وخريف. والله عن جد يا عمي بعرفش، مواطن كان لازم تفكر يعني بطريقة ثانية، إنه في خراف بالعقل وخراف له علاقة بالمشاعر. مش بيحكوا عن المنادمين، يعني الإبادة والمنادمين ووقف الموت ووقف الإبادة، الحرق يعني الخيم بتنحرق بالصيف، بنموت حريقا وبنموت غرقا وبنموت بكل الأشكال. كيف لنا أن نستوعب كيف لنا فقط أن نلغي مشاعرنا ونفكر بالقانون وطريقة عمل هاي القوانين. أنا غضبان، مش عارف شو أقول، مش عارف كيف أعبر عن حالي، بس مقهور إنه إذا هذه هي فقط الوسيلة والطريقة، يعني وقتاش بدها تتعمر غزة؟ تبعون غزة وقتاش متاح لإلهم يعيطوا؟ بعد قديش سيتاح لهم التعبير عن آلامهم؟ متأسف، عارف إنه هذا يعني ما يعني بقطعش مع يعني مع بروتوكولات اللقاءات والقوانين، بس بهمش يعني خذوني بحلمكم دقيقة نص دقيقة. عن جد في حدا يعني كيف المتضامنين بالجامعات موفية معاهم يستمعوا ويناقشوا للحياد المؤسسي للجامعات؟ يا عمي في ناس 70، طب قديش لازم يموتوا من الفلسطينية عشان المتضامنين؟ السؤال للمتضامنين، للمنحازين للعدالة، للمنحازين للكرامة الإنسانية، للمنحازين لحقوق الإنسان، بدهم يضلوا يشتغلوا بنفس الطريقة اتجاه حياد المؤسسات الجامعية؟ يا عمي مطلوب منهم يعملوا أكثر من إعمال العقل، مطلوب غضب، مطلوب التعبير عن مشاعر إلها علاقة بآدمية البشر. الناس بتموت ليل ونهار، واضح أنه معروف أنه هذا ظلما وانتهاكا واعتداء
violation. This is an aggression. It's well known, but the means to reject this genocide and all these violations, it seems these means, or it requires all the activists to take other means, different means, to make those who are subject to genocide, to make them feel that they belong to humanity. Thank you. Thank you. There is an intervention, or do we have any interventions via Zoom? My name is Mohsen Abu Ramadan from Gaza, now hopefully temporarily in Cairo. I thank you for holding this important event and for shedding light on the legal dimension, as said one of the speakers, which is important in using all the legitimate tools to serve the Palestinian cause. This is a conflict, this is a colonial conflict that tends to uproot us and replace us. And I believe that to complement the effort at both international courts should make us feel or think of freezing Israel's membership at the UN General Assembly. Like one of the Trump's plan objectives was a ceasefire and for things to go for settlement and peace, as he says. This has contributed to stopping or decline in the international solidarity movement. The International Solidarity Day with the Palestinians was not as strong, although it was exceptional. The government's role also has declined as related to reviewing association agreements with Israel and stopping trade, arms trade with Israel. The voice should be well heard and to save Israel from itself, because it's of its image that is connected with genocide and racial discrimination, as enshrined in the reports of Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, and the ICJ's advisory opinion. Now we need to focus on this, and our work should focus on genocide, on how to accomplish this mission at the level of international courts with ICC or ICJ and how to consolidate effort within the universities. And Israel is not just any other country, state, but it's part of the international colonial system to control the region, not only Palestine, through the idea of a new Middle East, because this is an important strategic area that has resources and that and there's a new world that is waking up and rising. That is a possibility of being, and America is going monstrous, like with what's happening with Venezuela and attempts to control Greenland and annexing Canada. These are indicators. And this vicious way of toward Venezuela. This is not like because they don't like the regime. Their eye is on their oil. Now, my question, what are the mechanisms to demand for freezing Israel's UN membership? As the lady on the stage was speaking, one of the judges said that if there is a state that whose political practices and legal practices contradict with the UN system, then it will be legitimate for the UN to freeze its membership. I know that legally the General Assembly can freeze, but the decision to dismiss them, it is the Security Council. Freezing the membership is an important step because this is a raw system. And no one could think that a decision by the UN can save a nation. This is just a tool among one of the many other means. But what liberates nation is the balance of power on the ground. This is another chapter. We are divided, not united. Some are waiting for international change. Some are waiting for mythological change and metaphysical ones. Individual, not collective approach to consolidate our resilience and steadfastness. This discussion is not going on in Palestine. Maybe there are more than 20 rounds of discussions for unity in different countries, but no one thought of discussing these points and having coalitions and to consolidate resilience and investing or invoking international laws, including also the advisory opinion of the ICJ, in spite of the reservation mentioned by the lady on the stage around that. But I believe this is part of the current tools that can be used to face the displacement and I think cleansing of the Palestinian people. I see it as something that we can build on. Even within 1967, there are no differences among the factions, including Hamas. If the balance of powers change, okay, things will change. We will demand for all of Palestine. But speak about balances. Thank you. I'm afraid that we ran out of time, so I tried to make the interventions short. The speakers, do you have any final comments around these comments?
Shall I address the point possibly about the recognition of Palestinian statehood and the, I guess, blatant hypocrisy that dealings with Israel and illegally occupying power that is also expressed as intention of illegally annexing territory and continuing to further its illegal occupation day in and out, including now with that decree that proposes to use the death penalty against Palestinian detainees and you know in the discriminatory way that Israel has dealt with of course Palestinians throughout and I agree and I think it has been of course for EU member states many of the smaller states or those that did not well that cannot sway the power within the European Council, so the Council of European sort of member states where the decision would be made if and the association agreement would be suspended. I think I would agree with Ralph that it's also international law of virtue signaling, but it's also a testament to actually how people have organized and have demanded something be done. And the governments, of course, have chosen at least the very baseline, the minimum that can be done, should be done in recognition of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination. That is a sort of inalienable right under international law, a peremptory obligation, a peremptory norm of international law and an obligation upon all states. And very briefly, maybe to the second point, I understand your point and your disappointment, and we share it. I think I wouldn't be, I can speak about a lot of international lawyers or academics that have been in these spaces that we feel the heaviness and how the heart has been broken and the Palestinian people's right to grieve their losses. And unfortunately, sometimes when we make the legal arguments, they tend to be stronger for the people who are unwilling to see the humanity. So those, sometimes it's important to tell them, even if you are not willing to see this for what it is, the impact of it, the human impact of it, there are obligations, there are laws. You can be, if you're in the wrong, the law may sanction you, or this is a matter of law and you have to do it. And I'm not saying that the law is a solution. We, I think, outlined all of us that the law is sometimes a part of the problem as much as it can be a part of the solution. And there is a lot more that's being done, of course, as this is an academic conference, that there are academic papers or interventions that are being presented. But even in the academic spaces, there is a lot more being done, and there's a lot more being done to also highlight the real life experiences of Palestinian people who are suffering from these injustices, these horrific violations, and that it's not just on paper or it's not like cold arguments that are being made. It really is beyond that. But of course, it's none of it is enough, and so I think we are doing what the minimum that we can do or should be doing. There's a lot that needs to be, a lot more that needs to be done, and you're absolutely right. So, I just want to acknowledge that I share and I understand your frustration, and I don't presume to understand your feelings. I think not being a part of the Palestinian people, I don't want to presume that, but as a part of, I guess a community that wants to uphold human dignity across the world. This is deeply touching us as well, what the Palestinian people have been subjected to. And with the either tacit or the explicit involvement of governments in countries where we live, where we work. So indeed, that is important to, I think, underscore.
Thank you. In fact, this anger is what pushes us to work within the academia. We are facing a machine that works at all levels. It's the machine that kills and that goes in front of the court and justifies the killing and uses those tools. As you know, that international law was it was established and monopolized by those states. However, there were turning points from the global south and South Africa, Latin America, not only to restore this law, but to break the monopoly. These are human principles. They are not the ownership of United States or France. They are the ownership and the property of humanity. We need to adhere to it because it represents dignity, human dignity. I'm not speaking about the Security Council. I'm speaking about the general principles to which we all agree on. And there are two options: either to reject all those organizations that stemmed from those states, or as organs that represent those states, we can reject them and go out and struggle in a different manner. We have the president of Colombia. He issued very clear statements, and we like them, but they are symbolic, not as symbolic as recognition of the state. They are differently symbolic, but maybe we could have asked any another representative of Colombia, not only how their feelings, but how they can change their words into deeds. For example, to sever their ties of trade of carbon. They have agreements with Israel, and because there is a whole regime, they have historical relations with Israel. We have those options: either to use the law and continue move forward in a manner that is commensurate with our project. The problem is that we have random use of the law. We don't have a strategic national plan on how we're going to use this international law. Each academic calls for this use in a different manner. As for suspending the membership of Israel, as Mr. Mohsen mentioned, it is not possible to expel them because it requires a Security Council decision. However, it can be suspended through the General Assembly. And this is what happened previously with South Africa during the apartheid era and the occupation of Namibia. These are efforts requested and demanded by many Palestinian organizations and academics outside and inside Palestine. This is an effort that we can move forward to achieve something that is symbolic. Even suspending the membership of Israel will not end the genocide. The court will not end genocide. The court, in all cases, it takes years. In the Balkans, the decisions were taken 14 years later. So the court studies details, and it's a long-term process. It is not an immediate tool for enforcing the law. Thank you. Do you have any concluding remarks? Thank you very much. And we will meet after the lunch break for the fourth session entitled Resisting New Fascism and Its Manifestations, Solidarity.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. We're going to start the fourth and last session of this conference. During the past 2 years, we have seen manifestations of genocide at the crux of the Zionist settler colonial project, supported by imperial regimes. Our people faced the most modern methods of killing by continuing their struggle and with steadfastness and effectiveness despite and because of the pain and the loss, and continued to uncover the brutality of the colonizer. During the past 2 years, we witnessed a wide-scale solidarity movement at the popular level and at the international level. This solidarity has failed to stop the genocide. However, it constituted a political condition that we need to examine. In this session, we will address the economic, moral, and discourse foundation of solidarity movements, the mechanisms they work, they use, the strategies, the tactics, what they achieved, and the reasons they failed to effect the desired change in the policies of their states. They will also address the question about the space in which the Palestinians and the solidarity movements should be active in order to spread the indigenous narrative. We have 4 papers. We'll start with the first for Osama Diab, entitled The Economic Ontologies of the Palestine Solidarity Movements with Palestine. Osama is a researcher in political economy development and economic and environmental rights. The floor is yours, Osama. Can you see my PowerPoint? Yes, we can. Thank you for the introduction. In fact, the paper at hand is an still project proposal entitled The Economic Ontologies of Palestine Solidarity Movement, discovering the identity of the Palestine support movement. During the past 2 years, the level of solidarity at the global level has increased. It is against genocide and in support of Palestine. In fact, this paper explores the economic ontologies and whether there are any economic ontologies of the Palestine Solidarity Movement. By ontology, I mean the economic identity or entity or having an economic footprint for that movement. The research has 2 hypotheses. The first is that the activism against the genocide is linked to the places of profit and loss in the global value chain. The second hypothesis is that the anti-genocide movement is an economic act against the neo-fascist action, particularly that related to boycott to economic enterprises that support genocide and settlement activity. The research questions to attempt to answer to respond to those hypotheses is first, can we draw a roadmap for the economic actors who have a more tendency to oppose genocide? I mean by they have a tendency, that doesn't mean that they are the actors in a certain sector, or not all of them have to be against a genocide, but maybe they have a higher tendency. Maybe most of them are not interested or they don't follow up, but the minority who has a clear position has a larger tendency to support Palestinian liberation and against genocide. Regarding supporting the genocide and Israel, the question is, can we draw a roadmap for the companies and entities that support genocide? And the third question is linked to the chain of equivalence. Chain of equivalence is a concept that I've taken from Chantal Mouffe and Ernesto Laclau. They are researchers and activists who are socialists who developed the concept of chain of equivalence to create a chain between actors not necessarily are equivalent. The third question is, can we create a chain of equivalence between those economic actors or not? The methodology adopted by the paper is based on the fact that, unfortunately, there are no questionnaires. There are so many questionnaires, and they increased since 7 October. There are many questionnaires about supporting Palestine or supporting Israel or supporting or opposing genocide based on certain demographic input, such as age, ethnicity, education level. However, unfortunately, we don't know about the economic status or the employment or career. So the paper is going to use those demographic data related to age and the level of education and political affiliation in the United States. For example, it is said that Democrats are more prone to support Israel or Palestine, and always the result is that the Democrats are more prone to support Palestine, while the Republicans are more prone or have a higher tendency to support Israel. Why at the younger age they have more tendency to support the Palestine, while older people have more tendency to support Israel. Level of education: those who have higher education have higher tendency to support Palestine, and the opposite is true. So this can be used as a proxy for the functions or the economic positionality, and this data may be used as proxy for economic positionality. For example, the idea of higher education and age. So those with higher education are more support to Palestine, and the younger age has a higher tendency to support Palestine. So this gives us an impression that students may be more supportive. If we consider studying a job or an economic positionality, therefore, we can say that students, or the majority of students, have a higher tendency to support Palestine than to support Israel and opposing genocide. As for the complementary tools of analysis, the first would be commercial analysis and building a classification for the capital that supports genocide through examining the nature of goods and commodities that are being boycotted. The companies that are targeted by the BDS can give us an idea about the form of economic activity and work that may have a higher tendency to support genocide. And the paper will use the analysis of networks and the discourse, network analysis, to detect alternative production networks and opposing actors through developing a map, through mapping for the economic actors. There will also be discourse analysis or the actors who oppose genocide, and to see in our analysis whether there is a relation between or there is structural consciousness for the movement, and whether the genocide is linked with the forms of capital accumulation at the global level. When we look at the level, the patterns of capitalist accumulation, no doubt it tends increasingly towards fascism, particularly recently. And the attest to this is the support of the richest person in the world, such as Elon Musk, for the fascist movements at the global level in general, whether in Europe, Latin America, and what we see happening now in Venezuela and Colombia against Maduro and the Colombian president, who is leftist, and he is a serious supporter for the Palestinian question and what Trump is doing to them. This is related to methodology. The initial findings, but this requires further scrutiny. However, the initial output says that the economic attribute using the proxy for demographic questioning showed that the winners from the global value chains have a greater tendency to support genocide and to support Zionism. These are the large investors based on the notion of conservative voting and higher, older groups. The super managers and the bankers in the multinational companies, and the conduct that defines them as they oppose genocide, and they even reject the terminology. They refuse to acknowledge that it is genocide. It intensive trade with Israel, including settlements, and it provides livelihood channel at the financial and military levels for Israel. This defines this group. On the other side, the economic attribute of the groups that tend to support Palestinians and to oppose genocide, based on this methodology, are the students. As I said, they are younger, plus they have higher education. We can safely say and conclude that students have higher tendency to support the Palestinian question and to oppose genocide. The academia, because the majority of academia, I don't mean all, but I say they have a higher tendency. But of course, there are academicians who support genocide. There is progressive voting plus higher education. The precarious employees, they have progressive voting and they are younger. This is my principle. regarding the proxy questionnaire, the conduct that defines those groups, it is the call for boycott and explicit criticism of Israeli policies. I would like to assert that there is a structural contradiction. These are mere observations. That there is a structural contradiction at the economic level and at the level of calls for boycott all over the world, particularly in the Arab region. The calls for the boycott are always linked to the use of small businesses and replacing the large brand names, such as in soft drinks, with local alternatives. However, at the same time, despite this focus on the local and on the small businesses and local alternatives, there is an international outlook for those groups. On the other side, we can see a fascist capitalism that increasingly tends towards fascism is highly globalized because it relies on global value chains and benefits from those global value chains, and this is their model. Their economic model is a global model. At the same time, their discourse and policies are national and fascist and identity prone, although it is economic model is globalized. The neoliberal discourse always relied on globalization and pluralism. This has largely ended. And on the other hand, there is a concentration on local alternatives. And this has an important globalized and internationalist dimension. So globalization or internationalism facing globalization is one of the main attributes of this conflict. The ultimate objective of this project throughout the 2 years, and despite the losses, the major losses of the genocide, I believe that the Palestinian question has acquired a large moral and legal grounds. At the moral level, I believe that I don't have to elaborate. However, the proper moral position is not open for any doubts, and also the correct legal stand as well fully condemns the Israeli acts. And it claims it as genocide. All international human rights organizations, United Nations, they almost all of them almost unanimously agree that this is genocide. The Israeli leaders are wanted with charges of war crimes and practicing genocide. However, I see that what is still lacking is finding a material grounds in addition to the legal and moral grounds, and this material grounds are what's lacking. And to link the liberation of Palestine more strongly with economic, environmental, and political causes, particularly vis-a-vis the transformation of global capitalism increasingly towards fascism. I believe such a link must be stronger, and the liberation of Palestine and opposing genocide must be more linked to other global progressive causes that seek to limit the encroachment of global fascist capitalism, or the global capitalism that is increasingly heading towards fascism. These are the main objectives of this research. Finally, I would like to speak about the limitations of the research. First, the calls for boycott are always addressed towards multinational companies. If there is a medium enterprise that supports Israel, it usually is not targeted by BDS. BDS should always be strategic and should be careful with its selection, even selecting a small number to be more strategic, because they pick their battles. And choose the battles in which victory is possible. This will always leave certain biases in favor of multinational companies. And also, there is geographic biases within the data because
What is it?
Please go ahead. The last point is the geographic bias of the data. Most questionnaires and data are available in the global north, particularly Europe and America. And this makes our knowledge of the dynamics of the global south and the opinions in the global south more difficult and makes it more limited. However, it is noted that the global south, and because of its remoteness from the global value chain, we can conclude that they have more tendency to support Palestine and to oppose genocide, and it's something we saw often in the positions of Latin American countries and peoples, and also particularly in South Africa and other African states. I'm towards the end of my presentation, and if you have any questions, please go ahead. Thank you very much. Your paper shows the relation between politics and economics. In our analysis and strategies, we need to use this idea of the linkage between economics and politics. We will move to the second paper entitled Political Economies of Protest. Re-examination in light of fascist intransigence. It will be presented by Hazem Janloom, who is based in London. The floor is yours, Hazem.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I'll have to speak in English. I was unable to translate it.
I'll try to speak slowly. Okay, so what I'd like to present today is an argument that even though there's a fair bit of radical analysis in the Palestine movement, our theories of change remain rooted, for the most part, in the mythologies of liberalism. We still base a great deal of our activism and organizing work on the notions of civil society, the international legal regime, rights-based approaches, and kind of responsiveness of liberal democratic regimes. Even when it comes to some of our more material activities, such as the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement, oftentimes these boycotts are framed within the logic of capitalism as a kind of voting with your dollar, which isn't necessarily how such campaigns need to be viewed or approached, but it does tend to, that seems to be the great tendency. Another tendency is that we are increasingly talking about fascism, but oftentimes the word fascist comes in as a substitute for what we want to describe as brutal, tyrannical, authoritarian, militarist, all of which are aspects of fascism, but I believe miss out on what makes fascism different from other forms of authoritarian tyranny. I think one of the most important but underread, understudied analyses of fascism comes from the head of the Italian Communist Party, who took over after the death of Antonio Gramsci, who was mentioned a few times yesterday. This is someone named Palmiro Togliatti. And Palmiro Togliatti gave these very important lectures on fascism in the mid-1930s while he was in the Soviet Union. And some of the very crucial salient points that he makes, and remember, this is him reflecting on the fascist takeover, Mussolini's fascist takeover of the Italian state over the course of the 1920s. Mussolini, who was originally a socialist, let's also kind of remember. And he offers this definition, which is actually a definition that was used in the 13th meeting of the enlarged executive of the Communist International. And the definition is as follows: fascism is the open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, most imperialist elements of finance capital. So it's effectively that kind of tyrannical authoritarianism we associate with it, but when operating kind of in the interests and driven by what we today refer to as the billionaires. A second aspect that Togliatti kind of highlights for us is that really what we're talking about here is monopoly capital, again, the billionaires, as the leading forces of the bourgeoisie. And what's important here is a kind of historical materialist trajectory of capitalist economics, which is that you have a stage of capitalism in which it is in the interests of capitalism for the state to come in and regulate competition and regulate against the monopolistic tendencies within capitalism, antitrust laws, certain amount of redistribution of wealth that enables the system to keep going rather than constantly being in a state of crisis through labor unrest and so on. However, it reaches a point we've now reached in the last 5 to 10 years, in which that kind of regulation starts to operate as a fetter, as a chain, as an obstacle to monopolistic growth. And so the bourgeoisie then kind of turns to reactionary fascism. And so we see it very clearly. I'll come back to this. I'll kind of expand on this in a moment. But one final aspect of this is that another aspect of fascism that differentiates it from kind of standard tyrannical, dictatorial authoritarianism is populism. Fascists win elections in a way that a dictator will win an election through force, through rigging an election, but if you actually had a free and fair election, they never would, right? And so Hitler, Mussolini, Trump, Modi, Bolsonaro, and so on, they will win a free and fair election, and they do, right? Obviously, there's kind of rigging and whatnot, these machinations. However, you will find that this populism wins elections. So it is also a popular movement, but it's often a popular or always, invariably, a popular movement that involves deception of the working class and the poor about where their interests lie. So to look at something like the world since COVID, because it's really since COVID that we have this massive redistribution of wealth. Between 2020 and 2024, the world's 5 richest men more than doubled their fortunes, from about 400 billion to almost 870 billion pounds since 2020, while the wealth of the poorest 60%, almost 5 billion people, has dramatically fallen. There's a global redistribution and concentration of wealth into these billionaires' hands. And so we can kind of actually very markedly and in a very short period of time see this transformation towards from the role of the state being the kind of managing the monopolistic tendencies of capitalism into becoming a vehicle for the aggrandizement of billionaire wealth. And the concentration of this wealth. We also see it in Trump's tax policies, right, which are very clearly geared towards massive tax cuts for the hyper rich, with nominal reductions in tax burdens on working and middle class people, as a way of kind of softening the deal and enabling that kind of populism that we were talking about. Reduction on taxes on estate inheritances. We can kind of do a whole kind of example of this. And it's crucial to note here that that billionaire class, if we were to take a list of the top 10, top 40, top 50 billionaires in the US or even the world, especially when we add India into this mix, we find that all of these billionaires have very heavy investments in the Zionist project. Whether it's Elon Musk's Starlink, Microsoft, Google, Nvidia with AI, Amazon, even Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway has hundreds of millions of dollars at stake in the Israeli economy, and of course the Ellisons with Oracle, not to mention all of the arms, pharmaceutical, tech, and other AI companies that are deeply entrenched in the Israeli economy, but also the Israeli military industrial complex particularly. And this kind of co-creates a complete state-level support. So an already existing situation where these states, like the United States, Britain, most European countries, and so on, give full kind of backing politically, diplomatically, economically, in terms of military training and relations, police training and relations, border control regimes, the diamond trade, and so on. And we can never really overstate the degree to which the Zionist project, from its very inception and until today, was completely and utterly unviable without immense and unfaltering and unpausing imperial and Western support. Most of us know about the kind of like $3 to $5 billion a year of US taxpayer money, but this goes well before 1948. And from 1948 to 1952 alone, just the first 4 years of the State of Israel, the United States alone gave well over $3.5 billion in today's terms. This is, the historical narrative is the US goes fully in support of Israel after 1967, but really we can see it right from the beginning. And this doesn't even count all of the unofficial support, all of the individual remittances from Zionist families and individuals and other supporters, military aid, tax cuts, intelligence support, and so on. This list will never really have the full comprehensive picture of this. It's really instructive, and if you haven't seen it, I really recommend that everybody look up The Economist's interview with Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is considered the leading ideologue of the MAGA movement, the Make America Great Again movement, Trump's movement. So basically the same thing we would call US fascism. In this interview at the very end, he actually talks about how the interview is being conducted in a room in which the meetings were happening from 2012 with Nigel Farage and with the leaders of the white supremacist and fascist movements across the European countries. But the interview itself has a lot to offer. So I really recommend, I wish I could just play it for you in its entirety. It's only about 12 minutes long. But he makes clear that the goal is a full takeover of the country, of its institutions, to purge these institutions, It's framed as an impending economic crisis that's coming, and this is the only way to save America. He refers to Trump as a vehicle of divine providence and an instrument of divine will. It's very clear that the project here is a populist nationalist project to take over the apparatus of the state, carry out mass deportations, and consolidate a kind of global fascism, the kind of thing we would refer to as a conspiracy theory, except that it's being said out in the open and recorded and online for you all to see. I'm probably running out of time, but I have a few more things I would like to say. Talia, if you can hear us, please mute your microphone. So just some kind of notes on the kind of fascist hijacking of the liberal order. I think the really major canary in the coal mine, the warning sign that we should have got, was when there was the purge of the Labour Party and the Corbynist movement in Britain, that we know for a fact was orchestrated out of the Israeli embassy in London, together with the right wing of the Labour Party. We had a situation where Keir Starmer was purging the Labour Party of its Jewish members who were anti-Zionist in the name of rooting out anti-Semitism in his party. Like George Orwell could not have made this up. We have a situation where universities and kind of civil society actors are volunteering to provide intelligence on their students to Israeli intelligence and the Mossad. We just heard yesterday that the French state is delivering data on its Muslim population to Israeli intelligence. Palantir, one of the most dangerous companies in the world, and very deeply embroiled in the Israeli security and military sector, as effectively is being given things like the National Health Service in Britain. You have the public extortion of International Criminal Court prosecutor and Francesca Albanese, who we heard from yesterday. And so it's all being done actually quite in the open, this kind of hijack. We have a restructuring of labor forces in the Imperial West. In Britain, for instance, there's a very clear cutting of jobs in the public sector, in the healthcare sector, in the education sector, and creation of jobs in the arms trade sector and the arms manufacture sector, an attempt to restructure the British working class in a way where it is structurally tied to the military industrial complex and the policing and prison industrial complex, the normalization of fascist practice. And so our theory of change, and here is the thing, one thing that Steve Bannon harps on and on and on about is that this movement is what he calls anti-fragile, what I'm calling fascist regime intransigence. And I think the poster childs for this kind of fascist intransigence are people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. They don't care what people who disagree with them will say. In fact, it will only make them more committed to carrying out their fascist practice and their fascist takeover. And so our theories of change, which are if we inform enough people, if the media can kind of get it right and help us inform enough people, if enough people knew, then they could create sustained mass mobilization that would then put pressure on elected representatives and on the structures of the state. And this will result in a change of policy. For 2+ years, we've had what is, and I don't think I'm exaggerating at all, the largest and most sustained anti-fascist global moment in human history. I don't think the world has witnessed a more sustained and more mobilized and in larger number movement at a global scale that is anti-fascist, anti-Zionist. Basically, if our theories of change were correct, then these states would have already changed their policies by now. But it hasn't been even 3 or 4 months since the state of Britain signed a £2 billion deal with Elbit Systems, the main manufacturer of Israeli weapons. And we're seeing increases in the connections and intertwining and support for the continued genocidal Zionist project. I think part of the blame also here comes to the way that we narrate the past struggles for justice and how they've attained their goals. We talk about India by fixating on Gandhi and nonviolence. Somehow we've transformed Nelson Mandela, who was the head of the Spears of the Nation, the armed wing of the African National Congress, right? Effectively, the South African equivalent of Muhammad al-Dayf. We have turned him into a figure of nonviolence and kumbaya, peace and love. We talk about the civil rights movement as this entirely kind of nonviolent movement. And so we've effectively kind of brainwashed ourselves in this historical narration into thinking that this sort of liberal theory of change, of like, if you want it enough, if you go sit in the street, if you are nonviolent, if you ask kindly, if you inform, and keep at it and maybe do some boycotting, that somehow this will bring about change. And what we've done is we've removed all of the actual things that enabled those struggles to achieve their victories against settler colonial and imperial violence. And so, and here we must remember what Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture said in 1966, in order for nonviolence to work, your opponent must have a conscience. And the United States has none. Obviously, Israel has none. This liberal theory of change requires that the receiving end, the decision maker, have what Kwame Ture referred to as a conscience, but effectively that this kind of are susceptible to this kind of pressure. And what's been proven very clearly in the last 2 to 2.5 years is that there is no such conscience. And so an genocide movement. And so in order for us to really think about how we're going to confront global fascism, we really have to deepen and entrench kind of more militant and revolutionary praxis, right? So a theory of change that is more about material transformation of society, and that is not just based on the raising of awareness and all of the things that entailed by a liberal theory of change. And what we need is a revolutionary theory of change that highlights the fundamental necessity for material engagement, physically stopping things from moving, physically disabling the fascist machine. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
And Hazem returns us to thinking of ways of facing fascist regimes. And so the whole issue of revolutionary violence that can dismantle the physical components of power structures, how this can be done as analysis, as tools that we need to consider. Now we made some change, we moved to intervention by Suzanne Abul Hawa, titled Stories and Streets, Harnessing Indigenous Power. She's an activist and she is known for many things. And not so long period, her intervention that was really excellent. Suzanne, the floor is yours.
I apologize because I'm going to speak in English.
Well, I'm honored to be here, and thank you for inviting me and for organizing this conference. I want to talk about the strategic mistakes that we have made, the lessons we can learn from them, and to humbly offer some suggestions on how we move forward in our Indigenous liberation struggle. In my view, one of the most painful and recurring patterns in our struggle, a strategic error that has time and again transformed moments of undeniable power into periods of deepened dispossession. It is the mistake of willfully allowing the transfer of our struggle from the arenas of our power into the arenas where we are essentially powerless. A central question that we must ponder is this: where does Palestinian power truly reside? I argue that Palestinian power is at its zenith in the indigenous spaces of mass mobilization and in the unfiltered narrative. It is in the streets and in the global consciousness. It is in the common sense of morality and common quest for truth and justice. And most importantly, it is in all that we inherit from our ancestors of heritage and history and culture. And on the flip side, we are most vulnerable in the imposed spaces of diplomacy, in the closed rooms and negotiation tables that are brokered by the very powers that hold our lives in contempt. The critical error that we make is this: repeatedly, Palestinian leaderships cash in the immense power that the people garner in the streets from their bodies and their blood, a power born from immense loss of life, of home and heritage. Then the leaderships cash it all in order to have a seat at the table, a table where the game is rigged and the rules are set by the colonizer. And the prize is not liberation, but a managed defeat that uses words like interim, phased, compromise, conditional, and so on. No one stops to ask interim what, or phased what, compromised what, conditional what. Because freedom does not happen in phases. It does not spring from interim agreements with colonizers. It does not happen in compromised promises. Nor is freedom ever conditional. History teaches us that liberation is a cataclysmic rupture. It is a violent breaking of chains. It is a tumultuous imposition of one's humanity. In February of 1985, after more than 20 years in prison, 20 years stolen from his life, from his family, 20 years of hard labor in a tiny cell with one barred window, Nelson Mandela famously refused an offer to be released from prison by the South African government. It was an offer from the state's president, P.W. Botha. Madiba refused because the offer was conditional. It spoke of compromise, of phases, and all the diplomatic trappings of colonialism. He refused because it required him to renounce armed struggle, a condition that he deemed unacceptable as long as the indigenous majority of South Africans remained oppressed and the ANC was banned. And specifically, it required him to, quote, unconditionally reject violence as a political instrument, unquote. The offer was widely seen as a ploy to divide the anti-apartheid movement and portray Mandela as an uncompromising figure if he refused. Compromised, the oppressed are always told, as we are told, is required. But his message was an uncompromising rejection of the terms, emphasizing that the freedom of his people cannot be conditional, nor would he trade it for his own liberty, nor for phased diplomatic advances toward freedom, and so on. The iconic lines from his response are these, quote, I cannot and will not give any undertaking at a time when I and you, the people, are not free. Your freedom and mine cannot be separated. Only free men can negotiate. Prisoners cannot enter into contracts. Mandela argued that the government was the one responsible for the violence by enforcing apartheid and banning peaceful resistance, and the onus was on them to create the conditions for a peaceful resolution. And in turn, he made his own demands of the government. and history proved him right. Mandela, as we know, was released unconditionally 5 years later in 1990 without having to renounce armed struggle, and he went on to lead South Africa's journey toward freedom. And herein lies our mistake, in my view. One of the first clear examples occurred during the Great Revolt of 1936 through 39. This was a massive popular uprising, a general strike that paralyzed the British economy, combined with widespread armed rebellion. It was a raw expression of indigenous power from the streets, challenging the very foundation of the colonial project. It was so potent that the British established the infamous Peel Commission of 1937. This was the first diplomatic table that channeled the energy of the revolt into a political process whose primary outcome was the dismemberment of Palestine. It's true that the British, together with their Zionist proxies, used brutal military force to crush the revolt. They assassinated leaders in public spectacles, exiled them, broke bones, demolished homes, confiscated weapons and land, and so on. But ultimately, it was the idea of diplomacy that broke the revolt. Through strategic concessions and promises on worthless paper that allowed the British to quell an indigenous uprising in exchange for words and half-baked concessions. In effect, the British succeeded in shifting the arena of struggle from the potent and unpredictable street, where we were most powerful, into the colonial space where our fate was placed in the hands of elites who could be corrupted or duped with empty promises. Imagine if we had not accepted a simple white paper. Imagine if we refused a mere promise of freedom but instead demanded it then and there, when Britain most needed us as the renewed German threat loomed. There are many examples of this strategy repeated on a micro scale after that. At the international level, the pattern emerged again from the first Intifada in 1987. For 6 years, the world watched as an indigenous population armed with little more than stones and collective action held a moral mirror up to the most powerful military in the region. The images of Palestinian children facing Israeli tanks shattered the veneer of innocence that Israel had worked so hard to cultivate. It broke through their lies and their tidy narrative. It imposed immense reputational cost on them and made the status quo of direct occupation unsustainable. This was Palestinian power at its historic peak. Despite the break their bones policy, despite the Zionist inhumanity, Palestine held the power because our struggle had taken to the streets. It had taken into the light of truth and into the moral consciousness of the global masses. Thus, the counter-strategy was not to offer justice, accountability, or moral reflection. They simply did what had worked in the past. They changed the venue of our struggle. The West, led by the US and a desperate Israel, offered a way out, the Madrid Conference of '91. And this was the bait. It was a spectacle of legitimacy, inviting Palestinians to a grand international table. But the real trap, as we know, was sprung in the secret back channels that led to the Oslo Accords of '93. The unparalleled moral capital of the Intifada, the global sympathy, the grassroots unity, the clear narrative of right versus might, the real indigenous power, was catastrophically traded. And for what? For a handshake on the White House lawn, for the illusion of statehood, for an airport they'd just obliterate a few years later, and for the reality of the Palestinian Authority, a treasonous subcontractor for Israeli security designed to quell the very street power that had brought them to the table in the first place. Oslo didn't just halt the Intifada. It institutionalized our defeat. It turned a revolutionary struggle into a bureaucratic process that paved the way for Jordanian normalization and those that followed. The energy of the street was channeled into endless, fruitless negotiations over borders and water rights while settlements doubled. The hard-won power was gone. The second Intifada was a rinse and repeat cycle. This time it was not with the revolutionary PLO of the past, but a tamed bureaucratic Palestinian Authority under a new client leadership. It was not the city of Oslo, but Sharm el-Sheikh, with the participation of Egypt having fully normalized Israeli occupation. And now we arrive at this moment of an unprecedented level of Israeli barbarism and horror. And I say unprecedented not because they are more hateful or more sadistic than before. No, they have always been this way. Whether the genocidal carnage of the Nakba, Sabra and Shatila, Qana, and so on, the endless bombing campaigns of Gaza, and on and on. It is unprecedented because they have learned from the patterns of their wicked past. History taught them that no matter how intense the international outrage or reputational damage, people forget and move on, and new generations can even be brainwashed all over again in ways that repair their narrative and close all the holes with enough propaganda, with enough branding campaigns, public relations, and Hollywood films. Their decades-old internal laments of missed opportunities to, quote, finish the job is what drives them now to push through the pressure and through international condemnation to get rid of us and take more and more land, more of our homes and heritage. October 7th to them was not a tragedy or a defeat. It was the opportunity that they've wanted, perhaps even coaxed along. In their efforts to go all the way, to finish the job this time, Israel has once again been exposed. The rot of their colonial project is the most exposed it has ever been. The brutal, genocidal logic of the Zionist project is naked for the entire world to see. And in response, we have seen a global awakening of popular support for Palestine on a scale never before witnessed. Millions in the streets from London to Jakarta, university encampments reviving the spirit of the anti-apartheid solidarity, this raw indigenous global street power. It is our power paid in blood and tears. It is the kind of power that Israel can never have. And it is potent. And in response, the same trap is being set for us once again. Look at the UN Security Council and the so-called ceasefire deals. The Palestinian Authority, along with Arab and Muslim nations, are once again being lured to the table. They are being asked to legitimize a process that is designed not for Palestinian liberation, as we can all clearly see, but for managing the crisis in Israel's interest. It is for managing Israel's reputation. The Palestinian Authority's shameful blessing of this resolution allowed so-called friendly nations to act not out of solidarity but out of self-interest. They are seeking to secure their own regional stability and concessions from the United States. They are, in effect, being paid off to quell the storm. The deal on the table was a deception to stop the bombs temporarily, perhaps even facilitate a minor withdrawal. But it did so without a fundamental guarantee of Palestinian sovereignty, without a dismantling of the occupation, and without addressing the root cause of colonialism. They are asking Palestinians and the world to once again cash in the immense power of what can legitimately be called a global intifada for a seat at yet another diplomatic table that will decide how to manage the continued subjugation of Palestinians. They are trying to pull the struggle from the streets, where we are winning the narrative war, back into the closed rooms of the UN and diplomatic deals where we have no power. The lesson is stark, and it remains unlearned by those in positions of nominal authority. The table is not a prize. It is a weapon of pacification. The acquiescence of the Palestinian Authority is the height of betrayal, corruption, and frank stupidity. The so-called ceasefire has not stopped the slaughter, as we can see. It has not improved lives. It has not opened the border for sufficient water, fuel, medicine, and the things of living. It has not brought education back to Gaza, our children now in their 3rd year without formal schooling. Every time our power surges, an invitation to negotiate follows. Every time the occupier's narrative is fractured, a diplomatic process is offered. And every time we emerge from these talks weaker, more divided, and with less land. The only thing the PA's acquiescence did was to squander hard-won global solidarity. Not in total, thank God, as imperial powers expected or would like. It is thanks to the tenacity of activists and to the moral force of our martyrs and our warriors. So what do we do now? I promised that I would offer at least a sense of a path forward, and I'm sorry, I think I'm going a bit over, but I want to get these 5 points in. But in effect, whatever steps we take must be predicated on a fundamental reorientation to stop cashing in our streets for their tables. This requires concrete, simultaneous actions, some of which are already ongoing. And so I give you 5 points. Number 1, we must consciously and relentlessly acknowledge and nurture our power where it actually resides. The most potent of these arenas is our indigeneity and history in the land. It is the heritage, traditions, culture, stories, an audit of our lives and unbroken presence in the land over millennia. We take it for granted, but this is the basis truly of everything we do and everything we are. It is the basis of why our colonizers hate us, a deep-seated jealousy of us for having real, tangible, verifiable, familial, and moral roots in the land. It is what they want more than anything and can never have. It is why they work so hard to promulgate the kind of fairy tales that claim a Polish family with centuries, millennia even, of history in Poland is actually indigenous to Palestine, a fantastical claim that defies reason and logic and recorded history. But they invest so much money in selling these fairy tales to the world because they understand the power of narrative. We don't have to make things up. Unlike them, we have receipts, we have proof, we have the terraced hills, the land deeds, the family histories, the ancient stories, the indigenous knowledge, botanical knowledge, the stories behind all the names of the villages and land formations, the culinary heritage, the foraging traditions, the connections to the olives, the almonds, the pomegranates, the heritage of our clothes that speaks their own language, that spring from the land itself. This is not abstract. This is the daily work of decolonizing our minds and reclaiming our narrative. It is the ongoing work, however tedious and costly, of projects like that undertaken by Dr. Salman Abu Sitta and the Palestine Land Society of mapping Palestine, her stolen villages, the families that live there, and so on, or the archiving of land ownership prior to 1948 undertaken by the Forensic Architecture Group, or the databases of oral testimonies of our elders, or archaeological endeavors in historic places that Israel hasn't erased, or scholarly auditing of tatriz patterns and motifs, and so on. This is not nostalgia. It is the active, unassailable proof of our indigeneity and our collective will to remain and to return. More importantly, it is the foundation of our power, and our efforts to nurture this arena deserve our attention and our resources. Number 2, we must work to ensure that every man, woman, and child understands that Palestine is not a border dispute. It is the beating heart of Western Asia and North Africa. Not because Palestine is a spiritual and cultural center, even though it is, but because Palestine is the locus of the region's collective dignity and honor. An Arab world brought to its knees over and over, whether through direct invasion, as in Iraq, through violent regime change, as in Syria, through decapitation and destabilization, as in Libya, or economic coercion and blackmail, as in nearly all the remaining states. then to have its treasures looted and controlled by Western corporations, only then to be forced to witness the daily dismemberment, humiliation, and genocide at its center, and do nothing but issue mealy-mouthed statements or discuss normalization, is a region that has lost its soul, that has lost its honor, and betrayed its ancestors. The liberation of Palestine is the key to the liberation to the entire region, and indeed humanity at large, from client regimes and imperial domination. It is the key to creating societies based on the region's own intrinsic values, moral codes, and traditions, not based on the Western brands of unfettered capitalist consumption and the plastic life promulgated by Hollywood. To abandon Palestine is to accept a permanent state of dishonor and subjugation. And to stand with Palestine is to fight for the soul and future of the entire region, and indeed, a fight for the moral future of the entirety of humanity. Number 3, we must orient our outward national conversation not toward Western elites, no matter how much power they hold over our lives. Instead, our efforts must be concentrated with the masses, organizing with labor unions and shared interests with labor movements, with the Global South in particular, with the students putting it on the line for the ideals of the world we all want, with the moral majority around the world who reject the increasingly apparent control and manipulation of an elite, imperial, and largely Zionist genocidal class. Number 4, we must take deliberate steps to dismantle the illegitimate collaborationist Palestinian Authority and reconstitute a fully representative leadership. This begins with the monumental but essential task of creating a full and comprehensive database of every Palestinian from the river to the sea and in every corner of our global diaspora. With this registry, we must then implement a transparent modern voting mechanism, one that empowers every one of our people everywhere to elect new regional and central leadership committees. The goal may well be to reconstitute the PLO, purging it of the corrupt, incompetent, and compromised, and restoring it to its original revolutionary purpose, namely of liberation, not management. Lastly, number 5, we must weaponize our legitimacy. Our strength is not in mimicking their diplomacy, but in the unassailable justice of our cause. We must use every tool of mass mobilization, boycott, divestment, strikes, activism, direct action, encampments, and most importantly, international labor coordination. We must empower cultural endeavors wherever they are. Archival projects, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of archival work, scientific mappings and collections, and so on. We must use the levers of international law, however flawed and skewed they are. And we must use every moment of global solidarity to impose such a cost on the colonizer that their current reality becomes untenable. We should not beg for a seat at their table. We have the power to make the table they sit on crumble beneath the weight of the world's moral outrage, the weight of our pain, and the weight of their own illegitimacy and cruelty. We can make this cost, the cost of occupation, so high, politically, economically, and morally, that the colonizer is forced to come to our terms, which happen to be the terms of international law. The power of Palestine is and has always been and will always be in her people and their story. And to win, we must stop cashing in our blood and streets for their tables. Our future will not be negotiated in their closed rooms. It will be built on the open foundations of our unwavering resistance and our undeniable right to be free. We must never again accept anything less than a freedom that is total, unconditional, and wholly ours. And I want to come back to Nelson Mandela. He was offered an exit from his chains, conditional on diplomatic process. His response was not just a rejection, it was a reclamation of power. We are today being offered a process of managed death, dispossession, and imprisonment. a conditional calm, a phased return to a smaller cage. Now is the time to escalate in every way possible, not to squander the ineffable loss of life we have witnessed over the past 2 years for a deceptive calm. Now is the time to organize both internally and externally with a vigor as never before. We can do so deliberately and relentlessly on every front available to us. And we should not stop until unconditional freedom is ours. I have no doubt that we will achieve this reality someday, but we must imagine it. We must see it clearly in our minds and believe it. Freedom is possible. The restoration of our homes and monuments and heritage and homeland is possible. The reunions of our families in the land where all of our ancestors are buried is possible. The calming, maybe even healing of our broken hearts is also possible. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I realize I went over. You're muted.
Okay.
Are we okay now? Okay, again, thank you, Suzanne, for all these contemplations and this roadmap that's trying to find a spot of strength for the masses, for the people, to think of where their space is and for their narrative and the form of their coalitions in facing the violence of these imperialist elites and also with the previous intervention. This is the way of considering the reality, the tools that we can build on and capitalize on, and the structure that we can build on. Now we'll move to last paper in this session, which is a joint one for Bayan Arkawi, Munis Alfar, and Tariq Sadiq, titled Political Economics of Protest, Student Activism in Western and Arab Universities Amid the Gaza Genocide. The paper will be presented by Bayan Arkawi, and she's a member of the academic committee at the Beirut University. Thank you, Lina. In fact, the paper is still under development, so allow me to start with that. The genocide in Gaza has revived the question around the political role for the university under capitalism. The universities has historically supported the controlling class. Under Enlightenment, the universities supported the bourgeois role as in feudalism, and during liberal time, they played a role within the capitalism, while providing a space for pluralism and freedom and allowing for theoretical discussions, abstract discussions with reform and academic nature, but they were free of real discussion to turn it into an awareness, proletarian awareness. While in the current times, the universities continue playing this role by reproducing the neoliberal ideology through their structures, policies, and the knowledge production systems there. This paper discusses the different forms of student activism in the Western and Arab universities through a comparative analysis that is based on the Marxist political economics to see how the differences between the ideological roles of the university and their material conditions, how they produce different forms of protest and compliance within this context. As for the university campuses in the American universities during war in Gaza, many Western universities, particularly the elite ones, witnessed massive student campaigns in support of Palestine and rejection to the Israeli genocide in Gaza. These protests were part of an larger international movement by students in more than 20 countries. Students in Britain and the US, Australia, Belgium, Netherlands, France organized massive rallies and educational sit-downs and symbolic occupy of headquarters to pressure the leadership of the universities to disengage from the military companies and military support for Israel or investment in Israel. As many comments pointed out from different universities, the institutional neutrality was used as a tool to oppress any of these movements. Also, the university administrations were under pressure by Zionist lobbies to quell and oppress the student activism. Many organizations like Brandy Center and Anti-Defamation League, One Stand With Us, and Lawfare Project use the legal channels, including submitting complaints, classifying criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism, to force the universities to take disciplinary measures against the protesting students, like an organization called AMSHA that says it is combating anti-Semitism in the universities, redefined anti-Semitism in a way that equals anti-Zionism and intolerance. And this was coupled with a strong pressure by the donors. Major donors threatened with withdrawing their support in response to chaos in the university campuses and pressuring the universities to take a pro-Israel position. These legal, political, and financial pressures constitute the university administration's responses to the student protests as they seek to delegitimize the protests and to separate the university from political criticism. As a result, the university administrations monitored their faculty members and dismissed some of students and some faculty members and even allowed for the police interference in some cases. These responses did not go unchallenged as the university administrations were subject to strong criticism and sometimes led to counter mobilization, a matter that increased the expansion of protests. While in the universities, in most of the Arab universities, the student protests were mostly contained or dismantled or were pushed into more digital and symbolic forms of expression. Some institutions witness a limited amount of protests within the campuses, but these remained exceptions. There were student protests in a limited number of Jordanian and Tunisian and the American University in Beirut. Although Egypt is the only Arab country that has borders with Gaza, yet its universities were silent, suspiciously silent. And their students were oppressed for more than 10 years, and 17 students were killed since 2013. Also, most of the Palestinian universities also were silent as related to mobilization against war on Gaza, Israeli war on Gaza. The Birzeit University in the West Bank is an exception where the administration and the Union of Workers and the students joined the protest and facing genocide by organizing demonstrations and issuing public statements and submitting letters and holding also initiatives for education, distance or education for Gazans. This has increased the Israeli response to a university where dozens of the students and faculty members were arrested. Also, the university campus also was subject to an attack by the Israelis. As for the theoretical framework, I'll start with the liberal analysis. The liberal analysis attributes the differences in student protests against genocide in Gaza to the differences in the political freedoms and institutional independence and forms of governance. In the Western liberal democracies, there are universities and communities that ensure, at least superficially, ensure the freedom of speech and freedom of assembly, a matter that allows for organized public student movements, whereas many Arab universities act within a limited margin of institutional margin, and where they monitor political expression within the larger state policies of control. Many of the initiatives coordinate with the security services to contain the students' councils or dissolve them and manage that without any transparency, making the political protests something as very risky. Where the official oppression in these contexts is proactively and continuously is active within the state structures that criminalizes public expression of opposition. In a nutshell, this liberal view attributes protest to the level of political freedom and to what the state allows for, and ignores why people protest. The Marxist criticism considers that as an ideological reflection, as it deals with the political forms as being reasons, not results for the social relations. Thus, connecting the absence of protests in the Arab universities with the political regime can be historically refuted. Most of the revolutions, mostly they are born under the most oppressive regime, although the ruling regimes in the Arab world considered the student frameworks as something bearable, and the Arab universities established centers for radical and Islamic mobilization. And the student activism played a pivotal role during important times of the modern Arab political history, as happened in the 50s and 60s during the battles for liberation, and also the protests against Camp David Agreement and the first and second intifadas, and even during Al-Karama protests in 2011. The variation in student protests between the Western and Arab universities can be understood by analyzing the structural contradiction between the ideology of the university and the conditions of its existence. The Western universities have a system of liberal values and present themselves as an academic or independent organization that protects critical thinking and democracy and is committed to international values of freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and human rights. Yet their physical structure reveals an integration in the international capitalism because it relies on research contracts with the major companies and investments in military sectors and government investment related to imperialist projects. So the universities in reality are services formed based on the political economy and the strength of the state and the geopolitical coalitions. This structural contradiction between the ideological values of the university and its physical position is determinant to the level of protest within the campuses, because the university administrations act within a system of contradicting incentives, with using violence, oppression to the protests might lead to political reactions as this affect the image of the university and might lead pressures by the graduates and the donors, and also might lead to intensive media coverage and calls for reform and accountability. That's why the administrations find themselves having to keep a minimum margin for student mobilization or managing the protests in a way that is well managed and acceptable to the public. Yet this margin is narrowing when protests are related to Israel, where the political sensitivity and restrictions related to funding and political coalitions increase. Thus, the Arab universities are not based on ideological mask, the same one that is used in the humanitarian or human discourse, because the Arab universities have their positions within the national economy list and have limited margin of independence, where the production of knowledge is subject to tough monitoring as part of the public rule and control. That's why universities are integrated within the state authoritarian structures and move in harmony with the security services in order to contain the student activism and undermine any political organization within the university campus. Also, the security services in the Arab countries try to quell any form of protest to avoid any Israeli threats that include direct occupations such as in Lebanon and Syria, or military attacks as in Iraq or Yemen, and the demographic threats or threats to the regime as in Jordan and Lebanon. And under this difficult situation, the protests against Israel within the universities are considered as potential sabotage acts, as something also that undermine the stability of the political regime. In addition, the strategic economic interests of the Arab regime within the international liberal system push for putting off these protests to keep up their relations with the international systems. And this relation is a structural harness that limits the protest. And so the Arab universities structure turns the contradiction into silence instead of turning them into visible protests, because the university leadership is an extension to the state ideological structure and oppress the expression of protests, even when the public is in support with the Palestinian cause. And because the ideology that can give legitimacy to the protests, such as the freedom, the academic liberal freedom, does not produce the same effect that it produces in the Western context. Thank you. Thank you, Bayan. I think this requires more discussion. What are the trends? What are the forms of control, forms of relation between the ideological and physical form, which produces different forms of behavior and action that requires further discussion. Thank you. Now we'll open the floor for any comments or questions. Let me make sure if we have the speakers. Are there any questions or comments? We are very late and everyone is tired and exhausted. Hazem? Yes, I'm here. This is not a question, but rather an attempt to think of the analysis and our understanding to the structure of this system where capitalism, imperialism, and fascism are cross-cutting. Analyzing them, analyzing their violence tools should be the first step in thinking on how to face them. And this is a first change from the way of thinking to another way. Maybe this is not the place, but to start thinking of the different forms that can take up these missions based on this analysis, especially that at this time of fascism and violence, the possibility of building these structures that can make this showdown, maybe it can be more difficult. What is your take on this? I didn't get what point. Okay, we're able to think what is the analysis that can tell us what are the tools that we can use to resist. The question
how can we think of how we can build the forces that can face or confront such
هو يعني هذا زي سؤال كيف بدنا نحرر فلسطين، يعني مش هذا بقى. انا اظن مداخلتي بالاساس ويمكن كان لازم اكون اوضح في هذا الموضوع، خاصه اذا بتحضروا المقابله بين بانن والايكونومست.
Bannon and the Economist, they came to the interview as if they were enemies. Like we, the classic liberals, the economists, and you, the populist nationalists, fascists, and we are enemies. Yet, when Bannon wanted to speak that we are with the working class, with the poor class, and our objective is the real capitalism, where the state and government withdraws from the economic sphere completely. And here, the classic liberals are not in position to respond because they agreed with him that they want capitalism. As in Palestine, we say, okay, step aside. Because they were confused because the cross-cutting between both of them, between the fascist and liberal, which is the capitalist cross-cutting, the liberal will not say, okay, capitalism is against the poor, against the workers, because this is their ideology. So my intervention is that you cannot pin high hopes on the center liberals, because they are not center, they are right. And Trump these days is steering away the constitutional rights. And Britain, if you are following them, they want to end the issue of juries in the courts. So all the basics of the judicial system are being dismantled, and they are twisting themselves in a way to protect the Zionist project. So they prefer to shoot themselves in the foot instead of reviewing the unity between the capitalist project and the Zionist project. They see themselves as one, and they're ready to destroy the health care system, which is the pride of the British state, and withdraw £7 billion from the public health system and put £2 billion in a military agreement with Elbit compound, military compound. This is the Labour Party. This is the Labour Party. This is the left. So we are in a state that in the last 2 years, everyone's trying to see this liberal system that developed after World War II, including international courts, the ICC, ICJ, international court, the international law. We can't forget even the Democratic Party was the one who committed genocide before Trump came to office. So the principles, liberal principles and institutions and arguments not only meaningless now, but their people have avoided them. They decided to side as an enemy and supporter for the Zionist project and its genocidal projects and military projects. And part of this regime included many parts of the Arab regimes, like UAE. You cannot put it in a place different from that of America, France, and Germany, as in terms of relation with the Zionist project. As for the tools, we need to review what do we mean by revolutionary movement. When PLO neutralized revolutionary action and decided to act through diplomacy and divide Palestine to convince the Americans to twist the arms of the Israelis to accept, like on the grounds that we are respecting international law. They avoided the revolutionary character of our liberation. Now we are expecting the solidarity activists to fight on our behalf, and we are expecting the ICC to hold the criminals accountable on our behalf, and we are waiting for the UN Security Council to issue a resolution, hoping that one day to be implemented. Although 70 years, we have different rights, right to self-determination, right to return. No one did anything to us. We need to return to what do we mean by revolutionary action, according to which we look at fascism and imperialism and capitalism and liberalism within the same space, which is the one that is genociding us, and what we can do to stay resilient. And we are in a position as a Palestinian national liberation movement, we can develop ideas that can be liberation of the whole world. Some of us might consider this as our obligation, some might see it differently. But there is reconsideration that will be done, because this is not only limited to Palestine, but this is limited to all humans on this earth. Genocide against Gaza and Palestinians is not something far away from what is happening in Britain and America. It is happening in America and Britain, but in different forms. Thank you, Hassan. Dr. Riyad. I have 2 comments. One for Hazem and one for Bayan. For Hazem, the capitalism crisis in Western countries, particularly in America, perhaps it might be important to speak about its international dimension. A capitalist regime, its liberal characteristics and political history, its crisis is stemming from the internal contradictions of the capitalist regime, and at the same time from what is happening outside. like the BRICS and the China's resilience that benefited in a good way from the new liberal ideas for economy. America lost. So we can return to what you mentioned as a national liberation movement or South countries. Where are we going to with our thinking, with our vision, and our practices, besides rejecting the proposals and arguments, liberal arguments, and to go to the ICJ or to benefit from the democracies. You need to have to go towards China, Russia, with all their problems and contradictions, because I believe we live at a time of fall of the capitalist regime and the ascension of a rise of something different. Might not be socialist, but at least this regime is being challenged, and we need to benefit from that. As you said, the issue of fascism and how they deal with that, they are trying to reduce taxes from the billionaires, as you said, and a little bit just for the working class. So the question remains, how sustainable is this? How can you sustain the state and run it? You are doing this through borrowing, and this is what Trump is doing, and they are augmenting the crisis. The last point, Israel, the issue of genocide, and what Israel is doing, and its coalition with the Americans, and all what America gave in the long run is a loss for Israel, because they are allies with the country that is declining, not the rising country. They're not allies to China, but they're allies to America, an empire that's clearly and gradually falling. So because of this, the way they deal with the situation in Gaza, this viciousness comes from this point. You are they are being cornered. And the same thing applies to the Americans when they do this with other countries, with Colombia and others. For Bayan, you spoke about the relation between the financial situation of the universities and how much there is a margin of freedom they have. But we notice something in the West, that the student movement supporting the Palestinians in the West, and in America, I know this movement has a physical dimension at the level of these people. Like, people started connecting, especially the elites outside the universities, to relate between their physical or financial situation and the reduction of expenses and reductions in health and education, and they connected that with the issue of genocide and the government policies. If I understood you, there is a missing dimension in the paper. Thank you.
We can take a question from the Zoom participants. Alif, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I am unable to turn on my camera, it seems.
It's okay. We can hear you. من عندكم Elif?
Yes. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry, my settings were terrible. So I would like to ask a question to Susan and a comment to the last presentations on university protests. I would like to share a little bit of insight from Turkey and the university protests or protests there, few as they were. First of all, my question to Susan, you argued that the Palestine movement needs to take a very, very principled step and not move power from the streets and from indigenous spaces to diplomacy tables. What I wonder, I also frequently wonder about this. I'm a Turkish person, an ally living in Europe, but because I don't know of the opinions of the people in Gaza, I feel it does not fall upon me or others like me to say what the Gazans should or should not want, whether they should want a ceasefire that is non-perfect or whether they should. My question to you is, do you feel like you know? You are clearly better connected, but if there would be a bit of a respite, a bit of a rest with a non-perfect peace, or not peace, of course it's not peace, but slightly less dying, is it up to us to say no in favor of a non-yielding but very principled position? So that's my question, and I'm honestly open to learn about this more. And finally, my comment on the university protest is I'd like to give a few insights from Turkey, even though I'm not physically in Turkey. I've been following it a little bit. In Turkey, the higher education system, similar to the Arab world that you described, the final speaker described, is already not free. And the universities are often really not representing enough of a liberal free space. They're under immense pressure. Their teachers are removed, rectors are being appointed directly from the president, etc. But there has been a small but notable movement. It's called 1,000 youths, 1,000 young people for Palestine. You'll notice that the number is very small for a country like Turkey, but this group organized rather grassroots, and it seemed to be a very narrow, it seemed to be a very small group of particularly left-wing and particularly religious students. So it was this intersection of anti-capitalist Muslims almost a little bit. And one thing that really helped this mobilization was an incredible journalist who on Twitter shared that demonstrated the discrepancy between Erdogan's public support for Palestine and at the same time his continued shipment of oil and steel through the ports and through the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan line to Israel. It did garner some attention. It did create some noise, and then Erdogan announced that indeed all transactions would be cut, but it was still lies. So unfortunately, well, what I'm trying to say is perhaps not very useful. I'm just sharing this comment on from a Turkish slight Turkish insight. Unfortunately, I observed that in Turkey, anti-Arab sentiments that have risen since the Syrian civil war and the Syrian refugees has allowed a lot of the people to become blind or not very interested in the Palestinian case. And even when they were, Erdogan's pro-Palestine public statements seemed to appease them enough or lead them into a kind of fatalistic, may God help them kind of situation. But yet there is resistance. If not in university encampments, these students have been directly taking direct action, protesting in the streets, very radical action sometimes, and directly questioning Erdogan when he comes to their very state-oppressed universities to give a speech or something, directly asking him, directly confronting him. And now many of them are arrested and have been arrested for many months. So they exist. They're few, but they exist. Thank you.
I suggest that to give 2 minutes for each speaker to respond or to give concluding remarks. Suzanne, would you like to start?
Question. You know, in my talk, I didn't mean to imply that these are easy decisions. They're impossible decisions. As far as, you know, the sentiment on the ground in Gaza, I am in touch with a lot of people. I have a lot of friends there, and like every society, the opinions vary. I have friends who say, you know, after this utter destruction and after all the losses that we have suffered, we need to go all the way. There's no stopping. Like they were expressed, you know, anger at any kind of capitulation at this point. And then there were other people and an increasingly larger number who needed to breathe. They just wanted to do anything to make the killing stop. But the thing is that, you know, so I'm speaking from a historic overarching perspective. That and we're seeing it play out because the agreements that they make are never honored, and they're not honored. I mean, it's literally the agreements end up applying only to us, and they break them at will. So in essence, I mean, if it were true ceasefire, one could say, okay, but there never are. And so what are we, you know, the loss, the horrors, the inhumanity that we have all witnessed in the past 2 years is what has shifted and given us this amount of sort of speaking power, I guess, or presence and narrative shift. And this is a power base for Palestinian. It's a power base for any indigenous struggle to own the narrative in this way. And my point is that in negotiating and shifting all of this energy into a pacification process is a mistake that we keep making, and history shows that it's a mistake, and we keep making it. You know, just as a thought process, what if our Hamas, for example, and I say this, and I also want to acknowledge the enormous pressure that they were under, not just internally but externally from Arab countries around the world, the extraordinary loss that they suffered as sons and daughters of the land. So this is not to take any agency away from them, but, you know, as a thought process, what if they had responded with a statement that is wholly on principled and moral grounds, to the effect of, you have destroyed us. We are a people seeking liberation. We are a people fighting for a minimal recognition of our humanity. If you want to go all the way and kill us off, that is up to you. You have the power to do that. But we want our freedom. This is our condition. I mean, that's essentially what Nelson Mandela did. He put a moral response, not to the people who were doing the killing, not to the oppressors, not to the imperial powers. He put his statement out to his people and to the world at large, to the moral majority. And so this is the basis of the mistake I believe that we keep making. We take this energy from the streets, from the moral masses, from the principled common morality, and we channel it into this narrow stream of elite conversations and closed doors. And I think we lose there. Thanks.
Sorry
Sorry.
عشان احنا لازم
No, yeah, sorry. Thank you.
نكمل. حازم، بتحب تتفاعل مع أسئلة الملاحظات أو أي جملة نهائية؟
I'll do this in English if it's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly. One, we should never underestimate the power of the capitalist mode of production to adapt. People have been prophesizing the end of capitalism for as long as there's been capitalism, and they've been consistently wrong. So yes, capitalism is always going towards crisis, but then there are always these the most powerful interests that have a very vested interest in reconstructing the system to their own to meet their own interests. So we can't count on that. The second thing is, if Gaza hasn't taught us that we can't count on states, I don't know what will. So bricks and not bricks, I don't think that our eggs need to go in the basket of any kind of state system. I think all avenues are avenues that we need to try to work on. But I think ultimately at a global level, what we need is to build. So the way that I said that we need to be thinking about how our revolutionary and resistance and liberation movement needs to kind of attack at the material sources of support that hold up Zionism, we also need to figure out how we're going to materially hold ourselves up. A lot of our organizing has really detached itself from things like growing our own food and producing our own clothes and creating our own spaces and building the building blocks that can enable us to survive. And I think, again, Gaza taught us something. The way that current capitalism has worked is to create situations where we can be cut off, where we can be sealed off from all of the fundamental things that we require for life: food, electricity, water, sewage, healthcare, journalism, and so on. And so some of the things that enabled the Palestinians in Gaza to survive was the ability to kind of find ways of continuing to produce certain kinds of vegetables, producing their own media. Citizen journalism was really one of the kind of really stark aspects, in a way where the West Bank, which is not under the same kind of siege, I have yet to see one photograph of where the refugees who were displaced from Jenin camp and Nur Shams camp, what conditions are they living in? We're not seeing that kind of citizen journalism in the West Bank, let alone in other places. So we need to be intentional about delinking from the existing grids and networks and building our own infrastructures and an ability to materially sustain ourselves. Because, as I think everybody knows, this was what the Israelis did. The Israelis and all of their backers, from the Emirates to the Saudis to the Jordanians to the Americans and Europeans, and their backers, the genocide committed in Gaza and the way it was committed in Gaza, all of us are next. The whole world is next if we don't wisen up and wake up to this. And so we need to also learn from Gaza. What does it look like to materially be able to sustain ourselves, because that's foundational to what any kind of resistance is going to look like.
شكرا حازم. أسامة، بتحب تقول يعني هيك جملتين ختاميات أو
طيب شكرا. حابب بس أعلق تعليق سريع جدا على علاقة الرأسمالية بالليبرالية
comment on the relation between capitalism and fascism and liberalism. There is a Marxist text since the 40s that addressed this point in his book, The Theory of Capitalist Development. I go back to this point and what Hassan said about the relation between capitalism and fascism. We are seeing a capitalist transformation from liberalism to fascism. This is related to the detachment of the current capitalist accumulation from human labor to a large extent. Always there is value from labor. However, there is another form of accumulation with the spread of data mining, artificial intelligence, and financialization of the economy. And also, the human factor facilitates the transformation into fascism because the human factor is less important in the mega capitalist accumulation. Also, we see this attack on the welfare state in this the states of welfare, such as NHS in UK, health and education, where the conditions for a broad group of the people was a condition for accumulation during the liberal phase. However, now it has become less. There still is, but for smaller groups of people who work in developing AI, those who work in developing military and weapons, they will always be a minority, while increasing automation and other forms of accumulation facilitates the transformation of capitalism from liberalism to fascism. This is the only thing I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Osama. We don't have time. I actually wanted to ask you. It's very important to consider how you think with your research, which is based on indicators and variables, and how we can understand those phenomena, and what are the underlying relationships. That was the question, but we don't have time. The last 2 minutes for Bayan. I would like to go to the comment of Dr. Riyad. I think what you said is in line with my paper. The paper speaks about the contradiction between ideology and material reality. Looking at things from your perspective, the ideology of the university is to empower students or people. But the material reality is all students are indebted. So particularly American students, they perceive education as a debt investment. They invest in themselves, but that's this is one of the consequences of the contradiction between ideology and the material reality of the university. Then it's definitely in line with what I said. As for Elif's comments,
I reckon the mobilization in Turkey has not been very strong. It has not been like a huge student movement or mobilization. It's very close to what's happening in the Arab universities. So maybe I should look into this group, the 1,000 young people for Palestine. Maybe Turkey is a bit different example than the Arab universities. Thank you again.
thank you. With this, we will have finished this session, and now we have the keynote speech. Before moving to the keynote speech, on behalf of Muwatin Institute, I wish to thank all those who participated by making this conference, making it a reality. The janitors, the engineering unit, particularly Abdulrahman Badr, the computer center, particularly Tariq Daghamin and Mohammed Al-Helu, and the interpreters, Jumana Mahra Waude, and all the speakers and the participants in person and virtually, and Muwatin team. And now we move to the last speech in this conference, which is a keynote address by Declan Kearney titled Another World is Possible.
Yes, I am. Shukran. Assalamu alaikum. And I extend much solidarity and love to Ramallah this afternoon from Ireland. I'm very pleased to have been asked to contribute to your conference. And the theme which I will address is progressive global change is possible, the centrality of Palestine and the future of national liberation politics. So to begin, this year marks the 80th anniversary of the United Nations Charter being adopted, which has become the foundation of the United Nations itself and our international law framework. The Charter emphasises the universal nature of human rights, the exercise of self-determination, and global peace. Following the defeat of fascism in 1945, the United Nations Charter fueled the emergence of a new international moral order, which established the primacy of multilateralism, diplomacy, and peaceful coexistence in managing global relations. In the colonized countries of the Global South, it inspired a wave of anti-colonial and independent struggles. The Charter directly challenged the existence of imperialism and colonialism. In short, it declared the right of oppressed peoples to be free and to their self-determination. 10 years later, in 1955, the Bandung Conference brought together 29 newly independent and still colonized countries. This was another watershed moment. It gave voice to the popular aspiration of peoples in the Global South to control their own destinies. The Bandung Principles explicitly expressed support for universal fundamental rights and the United Nations Charter, for national self-determination and sovereignty, opposition to racial domination, and for equality and peace. The Bandung Principles foreshadowed the launch of South Africa's Freedom Charter just 2 months later. From the midst of the apartheid regime and Afrikaner repression of the black and coloured people majority, the Freedom Charter outlined a democratic vision for South Africa, with equality, justice, and shared prosperity at its heart. It made clear that the people shall govern, and the land shall be shared among those who work it. This was a seminal proclamation about the future of South Africa at that time. While it initially receded from popular memory in the face of relentless repression, it later became a catalyst for the resurgent national liberation struggle in the 1980s. As a result, the intensified armed struggle and emphasis on mass mobilisation throughout South Africa provided inspiration to other national independence and anti-colonial struggles elsewhere in Africa, as well as Latin America, Palestine, the Basque Country, and Ireland. Earlier in the century, Ireland's own Freedom Charter was expressed in the proclamation of the Irish Republic, declared at the outset of the Easter Rising in April 1916. It too was a visionary, transformational document, which asserted the sovereign right of the Irish people to be free. It looked towards the establishment of a national republic, guaranteeing religious and civil liberty, equal rights and equal opportunities for all its citizens, and resolved to pursue the happiness and prosperity of the whole nation, cherishing all of the children of the nation equally. And today, it continues to inspire the popular momentum for national self-determination in modern Ireland. The central importance of the United Nations Charter and the enduring legacies of the Bandung Principles and South African Freedom Charter represent important frameworks to inform how the challenges and contradictions of the modern geopolitical context are managed. They codify the basis of a new rights-based world order. Currently, the United Nations Charter and multilateralism are under sustained and deliberate attack. Since the beginning of 2025, the words and actions of the new US administration have confirmed its total rejection of the existing rules-based approach to managing geopolitical relations. The build-up of US forces in the Caribbean and associated threats to Venezuelan national sovereignty, in direct violation of international law, reminds us that a new, dangerous world order is indeed emerging. The most graphic evidence is clear in United States complicity with the Israeli Zionist plan to annihilate the Palestinian people through the genocide in Gaza and annexation, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Israel, as all of you know, systematically violates international law. It defies the United Nations Charter, and it is carrying out multiple crimes against humanity in Palestine because the US allows it to do so with complete impunity. The failure of the United States to take action regarding Israel's systematic violations of the Gaza Agreement brings this sharply into focus. As a result, the entire Middle East region is being destabilized and pushed towards a potential political abyss. And this suits US imperial interests. Noam Chomsky has correctly described Zionist settler colonization as the most extreme form of imperialism. There is a direct correlation between US and Israeli objectives in the Middle East. At the heart of all the present global turbulence is a relentless determination to reassert US global domination through the use of inherently destabilizing strategies. Hence the threats to begin trade wars and the demonization of international partners. Support for unilateral attacks against Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and the unprovoked war against Iran, and the violation of Qatar's national sovereignty by Israel, now viewed throughout the Middle East and elsewhere as a terrorist state. And we can also add to this list by including the narrative which denies the existence of a worldwide climate emergency, as well as the continued aggressive implementation of US imperialist objectives in the Caribbean and Latin America, and in particular against Cuba. The fundamental rights conferred on every nation by the United Nations Charter are now being routinely ripped up, and repeatedly so on the floor of the United Nations General Assembly and the United Nations Security Council. Meanwhile, wars rage in Ukraine as a result of the imperialist interests of Russian oligarchs, and also in Sudan and elsewhere due to the legacy of neocolonialism in continental Africa. However, Palestine crystallizes the fundamental contradiction between the right to self-determination and colonialism. It is the most totemic national democratic struggle of our generation, It is consequential for the Middle East region and the international community. At this time, the ceasefire agreed in Gaza is being used as a proxy to maintain the objectives of the Zionist occupation by continuing to exert military control on either side of the so-called Yellow Line, whilst denying the suffering people of Gaza access to essential medical and humanitarian aid and resources in order to simply survive. The deployment of Israeli armed and funded counter-gangs are obviously designed to undermine community cohesion, to confuse and demoralize, and to cause political instability and conflict. And in the West Bank, the situation, as all of you know, on the ground has now moved beyond a point of crisis. The attention of the world must now be turned to the scale of the terrorist settler colonialism, the increased violence, and the intensified annexation and demolition of Palestinian homes which is taking place. New strategic and political challenges confront the struggle for Palestinian national liberation as a result. National unity among all Palestinian political movements and parties has become more urgent than ever. The Beijing Accord of 2024, signed on to by all of the main Palestinian parties and movements, should be implemented in full. A strategic consensus with clearly defined objectives is required to navigate the new conditions of struggle which have emerged. Agreement on a united political strategy would provide direction on popular mobilization within Palestine and an effective coordinated international solidarity campaign against the occupation and apartheid. Gaza and the West Bank have become litmus tests for the enforcement and primacy of international law, and for the United Nations as an institution itself as the principal multilateral institution we rely upon. This latest phase of Israel's 100-year colonial war in Palestine is being used as a proxy to expand its borders into Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan. Israeli expansionism is inextricably tied up with the strengthening of US economic and military interests in the Middle East and Asia. And that is what the Abraham Accord strategy and normalizing of relations between Gulf states and Israel is all about. Palestine and its people are pawns and bargaining chips in these power plays. What is happening in Palestine represents an existential strategic challenge for global democratic opinion. And it asks the question for us, friends, about what type of world we choose to live in. That is, one which is dominated by US imperial interests and proxies, or a multilateral global system built upon rules and principles which respect the rights of all people to determine their national futures and to live in peaceful coexistence with each other. The future of Palestine is about much more than the human and national rights of its own people. It has become the fundamental existential question about the future of humanity and morality. Our modern geopolitical landscape has been shaped by imperialism and colonialism. And if you think about this, in the aftermath of World War II, some 55 states existed. Today, there are nearly 200, as old colonies have fragmented and broken up. The straight lines on maps, which delineate states in Africa and Asia, are products of European colonialism. Bismarck used the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885 to cantonize Africa and manage the colonial carve-up between rival European powers. 4 years before Lloyd George imposed partition in Ireland by the British, his contemporary, Balfour, foreshadowed the formation of a Zionist state, and he predetermined that the Palestinian people would be made stateless. Another British politician, Churchill, dictated the boundaries of Iraq and consigned the Kurdish people to a political prison. Today's war in Sudan has its origins in the decisions made by European imperialists from the same era. The current instability and conflicts in Africa and the Middle East stem from the pursuit of present-day Western economic and political interests. It is clear that modern imperialism and neocolonialism continue to dominate world affairs. The largest Western states continue to shore up their economic and military dominance through the G7, NATO, and the Five Eyes Surveillance and Espionage Alliance. The role of the G7 has institutionalized the gap between the global South and the global North. The result is a division in humanity maintained within a neo-colonial framework which perpetuates underdevelopment and global inequality. The fact is that the ideology of the big powers in the global North is premised upon a built-in psychology of racial supremacy. Inferiority is still defined by skin, colour, culture, ethnicity, and language. And yet, despite this, significant global shifts and realignments are happening. The courageous leadership given by South Africa, by taking its case against Israel to the International Court of Justice under the Genocide Convention, inspires hope. Its role, alongside Colombia and others in developing the Hague Group, as a multilateral platform against Zionist colonialism in Palestine is hugely significant. At the same time, the expansion of the BRICS partnership is creating a bulwark against the attrition of Western neoliberalism in the global South and global East. The influence of the African Union and the community of Latin American and Caribbean states can no longer be ignored. These organizations and partnerships reflect the moral and the political power of the global South. And they are beginning to reset the geostrategic power balance in relation to global economics, finance, politics, diplomacy, and the exercise of international law. The mobilization of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Arab countries, which are committed to the multilateral order, along with other democratic voices, will be essential to bringing about reform of the United Nations as an institution and restoring its authority. And whilst colonialism continues to cast a long shadow, we cannot and should not lose sight of the fact that our global landscape has also been progressively shaped by anti-imperialist struggles. The republics of Cuba, Vietnam, and South Africa all grew from the national liberation tradition. The legacies of Fidel Castro, Ho Chi Minh, Nelson Mandela, and the recently deceased Pepe Mujica are beacons of inspiration. They remind us that change is possible, no matter how impossible that may seem. The proof is to be found in the progressive governments in Brazil, Uruguay, Chile, and Colombia. All have their roots in anti-imperialist and national liberation politics. That is, the politics of self-determination, people's sovereignty, and the vision of social and economic transformation. Change for the many, not for the few. the pursuit of self-determination and national democracy is the defining struggle of our time. The right of nations to make their own laws, to decide their relations with other nations, and to determine their own destinies, as expressly provided for in the United Nations Charter. That is what sits at the root of the wars against Ukraine and Palestine. The difference, however, is to be found in the appalling double standards of political action applied towards each case by the European Union and Western powers more generally. The violations being waged against international law in plain sight are a deliberate assault against the principle of national democracy. Respect for self-determination is the key to establishing and maintaining a multipolar world based upon equality, diplomacy, and peaceful coexistence. It is a prerequisite for people in societies being able to choose their own economic and social models. And friends, this throws up a reality check for the achievement of societal transformation, because choosing a new progressive order is not an option if your country is partitioned, annexed, or colonised. Today, the denial of national democracy is the defining political issue in Ireland, in my country. And whilst we enjoy an irreversible peace settlement under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement, this is not a political settlement. In Ireland, constitutional change is finally on the political horizon. The partition of our country is now conditional because the mechanism for national self-determination has been secured within the agreement. Of course, Irish unity is not inevitable, but a unity referendum is, and my party, Sinn Féin, has made that an objective to be scheduled by 2030. Ireland's political landscape has been irreversibly changed by the Irish peace process, by Brexit, demographic changes, political realignments, and the influence of Irish Republican political strategy spearheaded by Sinn Féin. A new era of democratic politics now centres upon the role of persuasion, negotiation, creating progressive alliances, popular momentum, and increasing international support for Irish reunification. Sinn Féin recognises the need to mobilise a broad axis of international partners to assist us with the transition to a new constitutional settlement. However, progressive internationalism is also an expression of our Irish Republican ideology. So while we seek international allies for the cause of Irish reunification, Sinn Féin embraces our duty to others by providing working solidarity with those oppressed and those oppressed by colonialism, occupation, and apartheid. As internationalists, we have a responsibility to give hope and to deliver positive change in the world. Palestine stands as the most urgent international cause of our generation. Malcolm X summed it up well in a global context when he said, and I quote, "The situation in Palestine serves as a brutal reminder of the consequences of colonialism and the ruthless dispossession of indigenous people. It is an agonizing reminder that the struggle for justice knows no borders, and we must stand united and in solidarity with all oppressed peoples anywhere around the world." Friends, Palestine is a microcosm of the contradiction between colonialism and the forces committed to national democracy. The catastrophe of Palestine and the reactionary nature of this emerging world order now demand that a fundamental strategic discussion commences among political parties and movements and governments from within the national liberation tradition. There is an urgent need for a strategic discussion around a new global vision based upon multipolarity and multilateralism, and for alliances to create a counterweight against the surge of neocolonialism. That is, a new internationalist political agenda with national democracy and self-determination at its core, which draws on the revolutionary experience of the global South and North, and advances a realistic and a pragmatic alternative to guarantee the national and social rights of working peoples. In the midst of the global adversity and challenges which we face, those who stand for democracy, justice, peace and hope must demonstrate that Palestine will indeed be free and that another world is possible. Friends, to conclude, it is time to put the politics of national liberation at the centre of global politics once again. A luta continua. Venceremos. Thank you. Shukran.
Us your analysis, perspective, and positions. I think that with these words, we are closing our conference. إلا إذا في حدا عنده سؤال أو ملاحظة أو Thank you very much. شكرا للجميع.
Thanks for the heroes who remained with us until this late hour in this conference. Thank you.